Sound check 1 2 3. Sound check 1 2 3.
Good morning. I'd like to call this meeting to order and ask everybody to take their seats. Welcome to the General Issues Committee meeting of July 8, 2026. We do have quorum present. A reminder that all electronic devices are to be switched to a non-audible function during committee meetings. If we can do that now, please. Before we get started, I'd like to introduce the councillors that are online. Councillor Brad Clark, Councillor Tammy Wang, Councillor Narinder Nan, and Councillor Esther Pauls. In chambers, Councillor Francis, Taddison, Beatty, Cooper, Maureen Wilson, McMeekin, Crutch, Alex Wilson, and Kassar. We don't have any ceremonial activities. We'll move on to the approval of the agenda. Clerk Kelsey, can you advise of items included in the amendum?
Yes, Chair, all of the added items have been included in the online agenda.
Thank you. Mover and second to approve the agenda as presented. Councillor Francis, come on people, I know it's early. Councillor Beatty, any discussion on the agenda? Show of hands, carries. Declarations of interest. Are there any declarations of interest? Councillor Wang, please go ahead.
Thank you. I do have a disqualifying interest on an item that is in our private and confidential in 11.3. I have already submitted my paperwork.
Thank you, Councillor. Moving on to approval of minutes of the previous meetings, 5.1, 11.1, which is GIC June 17th, the open and closed session minutes. Mover and second to adopt the minutes of the previous meetings. Councillor Kassar, Councillor Alex Wilson, thank you. Discussion? No. We'll go to the vote. Show of hands, please. That carries. Thank you. Councillor Wang, is your hand up or is that from before? Oh, I think you're frozen. We'll move on. We're moving on to delegations. Before we begin our delegations for today's members are reminded that questions of the delegations are for clarification purposes only and not for debate. A note to our delegates, you have 5 minutes to complete your delegation. You will hear a tone after the 4 minutes, and then you will have an additional minute to finish up. We are starting with 6.1, James Kemp, Respecting the Housing and Homelessness Action Plan, 2025 to 2035, item 7.5, and I believe, James, you're virtual. There you are, thank you. Go ahead when you're ready.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Deputy Mayor and members of the General Issues Committee. Thank you for taking the time to hear from me today. I'm here to speak regarding HSC 26030, specifically the Housing and Homelessness Action Plan. 39% of Hamilton's population has reported daily activity limitations. That is according to the new 2021 census data that is now changed from definition of a disability to a daily activity limitation. That is 4% higher than both the provincial and federal percentage, both at 35%. While this report has specified a number of demographics that have individual needs with regards to housing, persons with disabilities is again excluded from that assessment. While there is some crossover between the different groups, we have individual needs with regards to housing. We are not completely excluded from this report, as there are sections that speak towards needing more higher social assistance rates, to city housing agreeing to 20% accessible units, to the upcoming residential care facility modernization. But we're not being treated as a separate group, and that is a mistake. We need deeply affordable, accessible housing, and that isn't going to happen in sufficient numbers without a determined push to make improvements. People will be living their entire lives on accessible housing waitlists without efforts to change that. There are already people that have been waitlisted for a decade. This report states that only 4% of the working age population of Hamilton rely on ODSP. But using the most conservative estimate I could find in the most recent SPRC report linking homelessness and social assistance rates, the population of ODSP recipients currently unhoused is at least 20% and could be much higher as the province keeps that data to themselves. This report suggests that all we need to do is advocate for higher social assistance rates, but that hasn't been happening for years and the province has shown no interest in doing so. Sorry, that has been happening for years, I apologize. However, let us say that they saw the light and had a change of heart. We all know that they would lowball that number and it would be nowhere near, say, CERB levels. That still leaves us with a desperate need for deeply affordable, accessible housing. Many of us are currently housed in units that do not meet our needs because there is nowhere else to go. My unit does not currently meet my needs, but I manage it despite that because I have no other choice. I appreciate the work, for example, Inwell has done in recent years, but that effort needs to be recreated among all social assistance providers through Hamilton is Home. I will continue to advocate for more accessibility at city housing as well in my role as a Tenant First team member, but there should be a city department making sure these reports are all inclusive of equity deserving groups. While on that subject, equity is mentioned a number of times in this report, but it doesn't feel equitable when you've done deep research on the needs of seniors, youth, the Two-Spirit LGBTQIA+ community, the Indigenous community, Black and racialized community, immigrant and refugee community, families, and women, but not the disability community. Again, there is some overlap, but we have unique needs as well. There is the RCF modernization mentioned, but it doesn't address how to house those being left out of that plan. From what we understand, this modernization also involves a reduction in number of places available. It was suggested by the CCRNH that we could be losing at least 100 subsidized spaces through this process. Just sitting back and letting the system work itself out is not going to get the job done. The disability community deserves an action plan like all the other groups. This is not the first time I've come saying this regarding the Housing and Homelessness Action Plan. And while I do see more mention of us than last year's report, we are still not being treated as a separate equity-seeking / deserving group. And that means we are not seeing to all the residents' needs equitably. Nothing about us without us. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, James. Not seeing any questions at this time, so thank you again for your delegation. Mover and second to receive the delegation, please. Councillor Taddison, Councillor Cooper, show of hands. That carries. Thank you. Moving on to 6.2, Katie Porter and Peter Pavlovsky. If I've said that incorrectly, I apologize. Respecting opportunities to strengthen enforcement and accountability for vacant industrial building owners. This is in person. Before we start the delegation, I'd like to welcome Councillor Jackson, who is virtual, and Mayor Horvath, who has joined us previous to the last delegation. Katie and Peter, welcome. Just before you get started, on behalf of myself, the council, and the mayor, our condolences on your son's passing.
Thank you,
Go ahead
Deputy
whenever
Mayor.
you're ready.
Mayor Horvath and members of council, my name is Peter and I'm here today with my wife Katie. We are here as grieving parents and to relate our story and our encounter with a derelict building in this city. On April 4th, 2026, our son Flynn walked onto the property at 606 Aberdeen Avenue, fell through a decaying roof, and died. The owner of this property is McMaster University. We are here to speak to the motion regarding vacant building enforcement. We support it and we encourage you to support it as well. But we are devastated that it took our son's death for this council to finally look at vacant industrial properties. Everything Katie and I are about to tell you today is factual, and none of it was offered to us by Hamilton Police, council members, or McMaster University. We had to dig, ask questions, file freedom of information requests, and rely on investigative journalism to uncover the truth about this dangerous, derelict property. And here is some of what we have learned. This building was not an unknown risk. It was a well-documented accident waiting to happen. And since 2020, there have been 36 police responses to 606 Aberdeen. In addition, whenever the police are called to this site, their dispatch system automatically sends officers a structural hazard warning. This was implemented in 2024 after a police dog fell through the floor. Katie and I were shocked to learn that there was also a prior death in this building in 2020. Weeks before Flynn died, a local lawyer, Ned Nolan, sent a warning directly to Councillor Wilson stating his concerns, saying, quote, "Why is the building owner allowed to keep this property in such a disgraceful state of disrepair? Is it going to collapse on some teenagers or squatters?" He never received a reply. On March 19th of this year, the city issued an open to trespass order to the building owner, McMaster University, warning them that there were unsecure first floor doors and/or windows. You, the city, knew that this hazard building could be entered. The enforcement system allowed a standard lengthy timeline for compliance despite the building's past history. That order was finally complied with on April 7th, 3 days after Flynn had died. Katie and I waited outside for nearly 12 hours just for our son's body to be removed from that building because it was deemed too structurally dangerous to enter. When the city building inspector, Jeff Evans, determined that it was safe for responders to enter, he then told police that the city's involvement was concluded. When Katie and I met with Councillor Wilson, we learned that when McMaster bought the site in 2019, the city's internal reaction was, "Thank goodness there's an adult in the room." Well, that adult failed us. Despite 36 police calls and a death in 2020, 606 Aberdeen was not even properly registered in the city's vacant building register at the time of Flynn's death. Katie and I asked Councillor Wilson, why didn't the city adequately secure the site with proper fencing, lighting, alarms, and security, and then put the cost for all of that on McMaster's property tax bill? And we were both shocked to find that this billion-dollar institution doesn't pay any property taxes, unlike its constituents who pay among the highest in all of Canada. We were also informed that the city is powerless to compel a business to renovate a property. Recent events, however, regarding the Cannon Knitting Mills would suggest otherwise. The city has determined that the mills are, quote, deemed unsafe due to prolonged neglect and deterioration and continue to pose a risk to public safety, and that the property owner, quote, has been unable or unwilling to undertake the required stabilization or repairs. This sounds exactly like what is happening at 606 Aberdeen. So it would seem that the City of Hamilton does have the teeth to act when the political will is there to back it. So why is 606 Aberdeen allowed to continuously decay and pose a risk to public safety? The City of Hamilton has been somewhat complicit. Aberdeen has a history of bylaw enforcement, and for years, McMaster and the city have played a bureaucratic game of inspection and a public complaint-driven process during which a minor deficiency was found, a minimal order was issued and addressed, sometimes within the timeline and sometimes not, and the city checked a box marked in compliance. That is not enforcement. That is apathy. I hope that our presentation here today has helped you identify some of the potential gaps in the oversight of vacant industrial properties. And we hope and pray that you will do far more than just generate a report about existing enforcement practices in Q1 of 2027. We hope that you will feel morally compelled to make substantial changes to protect your constituents and to put industrial vacant property owners on notice, so that no other parent has to experience the crushing grief and loss that Katie, our daughter Ivy, and I are living with on a daily basis. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Peter and Katie. If you can, there's some questions, if that's okay.
Yes.
Councillor Wilson, please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate the Chair's collective expression of sympathy and condolences. And I do know with confidence that he spoke on behalf of Mayor Horwath and all members of Council. 5 minutes is not a lot of time in which to speak to such a personal matter and a matter of city significance. So would you like to add any further details or questions at this time?
We'd like to tell you about our son.
Love to hear that.
Thank you. He was 19. He was a proud McMaster first-year student. He got accepted into a lot of different universities across Canada, and he was thrilled to go to Mac. He was on the dean's list for biology. He was very much loved by his parents, by his sister, his grandparents, his aunts and uncles. And he was a typical 19-year-old kid who liked to go to the gym and eat McDonald's. He loved our dogs. And on April 4th, the call that no parent wants to receive and the knock at the door that we all dread actually happened. And we're going to miss him for the rest of our lives. We're very, very sad that he's gone.
I suspect that there are a lot of parents of similarly aged children here. And your kids are no different from my kid. He was 19. They don't always make the wisest long-range forecast choices. They do the same things that we did as kids. But what we're asking for right now is that no parent should have to do this or go through this. This has been an industrial city for a very long time. There are a number of these properties, and we would like to see, instead of reactive action, proactive action, because this city could be something great. And these properties should not be allowed to stand within the bare minimum that is required to maintain their safety, especially with such a known history.
Thank you, Peter. Councillor Wilson?
Thank you, and also thank you for the generosity and the grace for sharing a little bit of who your son was with us. You spoke in support of the motion, but I do want to ask you if there's anything else you feel that we should investigate as a city and perhaps act on through the chair, please.
This is my opinion because I'm not a legal expert. However, this building is an example of not conforming to property standards, which state that there should be an intact roof and maintained. It's also a derelict, abandoned property, so there's a little bit of a loophole there that says you only have to secure the perimeter. However, in this case, neither of these things was done because there's an open access parking lot that abuts right up to the building. I want you to know that these boys, these teenagers that went, were not urban explorers. They didn't show up with bolt cutters and ladders and equipment and all these things like that. They walked on because they could. And if they could not have, they would have gone on to the golf course, the park, whatever, stayed in their dorm. It's well documented that this particular site as well, a simple Google of Westinghouse or 606 Aberdeen will show how exactly to get in. It's well documented on social media. That should not be allowed. That should be responded to. That should be enforced, not with the very bare minimum. If I were a property owner, if I had a property where a death had taken place and there were constant police calls to that place, I would go above and beyond. I would make sure that stairwell entrances were welded shut. I would blowtorch any accessibility to the roof of the building. I would have lights. I would have sirens. I would call the police. I would have security there.
Thank you, Peter. Two further questions. Would you kindly submit your written words to this committee for those who are interested, because you provided a really helpful chronology of your discovery? Would you be able to do that?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And I am just curious, the phrase, "thank goodness there's an adult in a room," did you acquire that? Could you give me a little bit more information about that through the chair?
Yes, when Katie and I met with you and also Ms. Hilson, that was the expression that came out into the room. Okay. That when McMaster acquired this property, the feeling was, thank goodness there's an adult in the room.
Okay, thank you for that. Again, thank you for showing the courage and the character to come forward and share this story and call for action. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Just taking a look around. Seeing no further speakers, Katie, Peter, thank you for coming today. And again, our deepest condolences from the City of Hamilton, this council, and our mayor.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Mover and second to receive the delegation, Councillor Wilson. Councillor Crutch, thank you. Any discussion? If not, all in favor, show of hands. Carries. Thank you. 6.3, Cal and Ken Bosveld respecting relocation of Fergus Station Food Distribution Service. This is an in-person delegation. Whenever you're ready, please proceed.
Good morning. Cal Montgomery, and myself, we represent a group of 30 to 40 volunteers who for more than 10 years have freely provided hot sandwiches, a dessert item, fresh produce such as eggs, meat, fruit, vegetables, bread and dairy products to the financially challenged and vulnerable residents of the eastern downtown. As several councillors know from having personally attended, the program takes place at the only city-owned park facility in the neighborhood where these people live, Ferguson Station. We're at Ferguson Station from roughly 6:30 to 9 o'clock p.m., 2.5 hours every Wednesday, 52 weeks a year, rain or shine, blazing or blizzard. This year, when Christmas and New Year's fell on Wednesday, our volunteers were there. The need to support those facing food insecurity and at risk of homelessness doesn't stop. Between seasonality, weather, the timing of government support checks, and other variables, we typically serve 150 to 300 neighborhood residents each Wednesday. Since the fall of 2004, there have been discussions involving representatives of our group and city staff to examine other potential locations. Ironically, we were first informed of the city's desire to relocate this program, not by the city, but by a Spectator reporter. On 4 occasions, we agreed in principle to potential alternatives, but 2 were rejected by the landlord and 2 were rejected by the city. Nevertheless, we were told by staff in May that we had a few weeks to relocate, or the city's bylaw department would commence enforcement at the Ferguson location. Beyond the obvious humanitarian issue, and given that council has declared a state of emergency relating to homelessness and food insecurity, we feel it's only appropriate and consistent that any action to remove this program from the location that's most suitable for the recipients and to put the program's viability and sustainability at risk is also a decision of council. Aside from this being the only city-owned facility that's in the immediate neighborhood where many recipients and volunteers reside, Ferguson Station and surrounding buildings serve as a windbreak, and the roof overhang at Ferguson offers the overhead protection that's required by public health for our cooking space. The surrounding area also has a variety of options should our recipient guests need shelter from the elements. We're also here today because we're proud of our community of volunteers and recipients. This is not a group of outsiders who come downtown once a week. It's a true Hamiltonians helping Hamiltonians partnership. The Wednesday night program distributes $2 to $3 million worth of free food each year, and we work closely with the Gore Park Group, now at City Hall, that distributes nearly $20 million in food. Time does not permit us to explain what it takes each week to gather that food, and it's all done by unpaid volunteers. Several of our regular Wednesday night volunteers used to be on the other side of the donation table. In the past 9 months, 2 have gone from living in an encampment to being housed and are finding great satisfaction in helping out and paying it forward. Some volunteer because giving back to others not only helps their self-confidence and gives them a supportive community to socialize with, but these positive aspects extend to other areas of their life. like our friend who recently told his AA group that pouring himself into volunteering has kept him clean and sober for 8 years. Many of our regulars have physical limitations. Some are confined to mobility devices, a number are diabetic or have other health-related challenges that only compound their financial struggles. About 25% have an Indigenous background. Many others are immigrants or refugee claimants. There are a number of single moms, struggling seniors, and those who experience workplace injuries. Nearly every one of them could be a brother, sister, parent, child, or friend who's fallen on hard times. While some are in shelters, the vast majority have remained housed because of programs like Wednesday Night at Ferguson. Unfortunately, many of these people are quite accustomed to being marginalized and treated like the disposable members of our society. But to us, they are individuals, each with a name and a story and deserving of dignity, compassion, and inclusion. And on Wednesday night, they have a community, a family that truly cares for them. As Council is aware, when it declared the state of emergency relating to homelessness and food insecurity, the monthly support that many of these people receive is insufficient to provide for housing and food. Given that Ferguson Station is the most suitable location for serving the local residents as well as meeting the health and safety needs of this program, we're asking that Council support our continuing use of this facility for the roughly 2.5 hours that we're there on a Wednesday night. It does not interfere with weekend events that may be planned there. We hope that councillors will recognize and respond supportively to this 100% volunteer initiative to show compassion and support to Hamiltonians who frequently feel neglected, disrespected, and discriminated against based on their socioeconomic status. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you for that delegation. If you guys can just hold tight, we'll have some speakers that want to ask some questions. Councillor Crutch, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks for delegating. And as you folks know, it was helpful in getting the Gore Park folks over to City Hall and trying to improve the situation that they had, because they were in a similar situation where they were at a place where the capacity limits and other kinds of constraints were causing problems. So, I think everyone here wholeheartedly appreciates the work that you do, and we want to make sure everyone in our community is served. That's not a question here in any way, shape, or form. You talked about being there for a couple of hours, 2.5 to 3 hours, and we met and talked about this at length every week. You're not there before and after, though. You're there just for that 2.5 hours, and then you take your operations and you leave. Is that correct?
Correct.
That's not exactly.
Well,
we do double back later in the night. Quite often we come by about 10:30, 11 after we've dropped off some other people and stuff. So we have a pretty good sense for what goes on after. And we do obviously come through the city on a regular basis during the week as well. So we have a pretty good perspective on before, after, and during the week.
Okay. Have you gone around to local residents and businesses, canvassed them, surveyed them, had discussions with them about the impacts this is causing?
So the only feedback we've had from local businesses has been from a few years ago from Shakespeare's Steakhouse and from the thrift store next door. So you kind of have a convergence of two very different types of businesses serving different clientele. So obviously the thrift store is thrilled when we're there because they do well. A lot of our clients go there and buy secondhand clothes and trinkets and things. Shakespeare's would have liked us to move to Tuesday, but that kind of died on the vine.
So you've not done that outreach. You've heard from a couple people who've come to you, but you
We've
haven't
heard
done
from a
surveys
couple.
or outreach. Okay.
No.
Your operations have expanded. I think when we talked about this, you've been doing this for a while now. When you first started, it was a small group. Now it's upwards of 150, sometimes 300. I've heard some reports from folks saying we've seen sometimes 400 people that are there. So has the operation expanded considerably since you started?
It's grown because the need has
okay.
grown. It hasn't. So I can tell you 10 years ago, it's been a little over 10 years since I started doing this. 10 years ago, there was maybe 150 people would have been a fairly busy night. Now we could get upwards of 300 on a very busy night when all the stars line up, end of the month when people haven't had their checks for 4 weeks, weather's good, seasonality, those types of things. But they don't all just show up at once either. This is over the span of a couple hours, and they kind of flow through because otherwise you stand in line for a long time. So it has grown. Nothing to the magnitude of Gore, obviously. Gore is serving well in excess of 1,000 people. Totally different operations, totally different structure.
Just wanted to ask you one last question about what city staff have been doing here, because again, this is not a council decision, just like the decision to move to Gore Park was not a council decision. So what if city staff offered you in terms of something comparable to what's been offered to the folks who were set up in the parking lot behind the building?
Sure.
Have they offered the same to you, is my question, I guess, that they've been offered?
Sorry, what do you
those
mean by
folks?
the same?
The same services. So what we did there was we offered services for shelter and to create shelter for people. So we've created all kinds of storage systems outside so people can store the goods. We provide parking support. We provide public washrooms here because it's on City Hall property, of course, and we can do that because they're in the building. We have security room. We have all kinds of services we offer, and I think that city staff have also offered all that to you to move to a location across the road. I just want you to confirm that. That's all.
Well, so I think the question's a bigger question than that. So
Sure.
it depends what you look at in terms of services. What are the core services we need? Which is an overhang because we cook and the health department has been out, and that's important. They've been very strict on that for us. The wind is a huge issue, and that's where Ferguson is unique in its own way. The buildings are close together, and we have the overhang, so it really is a good sheltered area. The area over at the OW office that they brought to our attention. So first they brought the overhang that faces Wellington. And we said, we could probably work with that because it is sheltered. It's right up against the building. So they went back after we had met with them there. They said, yeah, this could work. And they're the ones that brought that to us. And then they came back to us and said, oh, we can't do that. I think because, I don't know if it was fire regulations or what it might have been, but anyways, they came back and said that wouldn't work. And then we went through a few other iterations, and the last iteration we tried to work with was looking up at putting a proper shelter up against the parking garage wall that backs onto that apartment building. And we thought that might work. And then they came back to us 6 months later. It took 6 months for us to hear back. And they told us that wasn't going to work either. And they came back with a $90,000 price tag as being the core reason. I know we've had different conversations about that, but that's what we were told. So there's mixed messages there. And that was a shelter that was 12 by 24, which would allow us the necessary coverage for cooking and for handing out. It would also give us the potential to hang tarps down the side to deal with some of the wind issues. Now, without getting into a lot of the weeds on the wind issues, that sort of potentially resolves some of that for us. It doesn't resolve it for our guests because that's just a windy corner.
Right.
Counselor, one more.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I'm trying to make sure I understand what their answer was.
Yep.
So just to summarize, you're saying that, if I understand you, city staff have, as far as I know, offered to support you in exactly the same way that the Gore Park folks have been supported. You're saying you don't think that's going to meet your needs. But to date, there hasn't actually been an attempt to do that activity yet, right? So you're currently still at Ferguson Station. Staff are saying, here, we're going to offer you the same support you've offered the Gore Park folks, and you're saying you don't think that's going to meet your needs. Is that the long and short of it?
Sorry, what was the last part you said?
You don't think that it's going to meet your needs to have the same support that the Gore Park folks have. That's what you're saying.
The one solution that they brought forward because they wouldn't do the fixed roof was the canopies. And the canopies just don't work. They blow around. The Gore Park situation is not, I know we've talked about this, they're not thrilled with the situation. They have their issues, and I guess that'll play out as time goes on. So to suggest that Gore Park is the gold standard for this is far from reality.
Yeah, I'm just asking you what your opinion is. You think that it's not going to work for you with the same setup that they have in the parking lot behind City Hall?
No.
Okay, thank you.
The distance, I know in terms of City Hall, the distance for the people with mobility issues and what have you that we deal with at Ferguson, we have surveyed those and talked with those people about that.
Thank you, Councillor. Up next, we have Councillor Pauls.
And thank you. And through the chair, I really appreciate all you do for helping our homelessness and food security. I've been there a few times, and I know you said something, it's more like a community and a family, and it truly is. My question is to you is, the Ferguson Station, is it locked? Can you go inside? Or, because there's covering, right? So, because I remember maybe, I don't know, 6, 7 years ago, you were able to go inside and then they locked it. Can you explain why it's locked, why you have to be on the outside? Can you explain that, please?
Yes, thank you, Councillor Paul. Yeah, I can remember you being there a few years ago. That was when Lucci was still involved. I believe you know her. Yeah, way back, they did open up, or the cage was opened up on Ferguson a few times, and that was extremely helpful. Actually, after we dealt with the health department on a few issues, they thought it would be a really good idea if that cage was opened up for us as well on Wednesday nights. But there was a few requests and that just died. So at that point, it was just going to be more effort than it was probably worth to go through that exercise. But it's a great idea. It would be awesome. And again, you want to treat people with dignity. That's a wonderful place to start, because it does. We've been asked that question 100 times, and people just shake their head as to we have this beautiful facility and it's locked up.
Thank you for that. You know, I'm just wondering, in the winter, you say you do this all year round. I don't think I've ever been there in the winter. I've been when it's springtime, and I've helped Lucci, and I try to help as well. But in the winter, how do you survive if you don't have that Ferguson station open inside?
Yeah, that's a great question. And I know that a few councillors have been out, and I remember Councillor McMeekin did come out in the winter. I think it was around Christmas time this past year. Yeah, it's not the greatest. Our philosophy has always been we get to go back into a warm car and drive home to a warm house with lots of space. The people that we're serving ended up walking there or coming there in the wheelchairs or whatever the case, and some have warm rooms to go back to, because most of them live in rooming houses, and some go back to wherever it is they sleep that night. So yeah, having that opened up would be a game changer. I agree, but we've made do with not having that option.
Thank you for that.
In the winter, we also have extra volunteers who would prefer to be on the grills.
Yeah.
Councillor?
And I know you have a lot of volunteers, and it's amazing what people of Hamilton do for our city, that when they have, they care for people. And I find that place, when I went a few times, that it's not just it's not just to get the food, but it's to have a family and to belong. And I think that's what people are searching, to belong, to be their part of the group. And I just want to commend you for all you do. Thank you. Yes, you can.
Thank you, Councillor. We have a number of people who come not for the food, but for the community. I've been told on 3 different occasions by 3 different people, I would be dead if you guys weren't here. So that's the kind of difference that we're making. People come and they just hang out. It's like a festival almost. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that. I believe that 100%. People need to belong. And I just want to say thank to you and to all your volunteers. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Up next, we have Councillor Brad Clark.
Good morning, Chair. Can you hear me?
We can. Please proceed.
Thank you very much. Can I ask the delegates, where are the people coming from that are going to Ferguson Station? Do you know where they live? Have you had any type of interaction with them to try and understand where they're coming from and what conditions they're living in?
Yeah, I'll answer that, because a couple of years ago, when the discussions began with the city about initially City Hall as one location, I walked the line for several Wednesday nights asking people where they live, to identify on a map where they live, to give a general direction. A number of them are in the March of Dimes building, or in some of the apartment buildings sort of to the north and east of Ferguson Station. 70% of those who come are from the north and east, and there was a wide consensus, obviously, especially from those who have disabilities and mobility issues, that City Hall was not a location that they could make it to, especially in any sort of inclement weather. But the majority of our people are within a couple of blocks of Ferguson Station and generally to the east and northeast.
Councillor Clark?
So the Ferguson Station is the ideal location for you?
We haven't really thought about what the ideal location would be, but Ferguson Station is the best location of the options that are currently available.
Thank you. Chair, may I ask, when you're serving the food, what's the feel like in that community at that time? Has there been trouble? Have there been fights? Are there people taking drugs? That type of concern that would precipitate concerns from local businesses.
So we get a lot of people from a lot of walks of life. And one of the biggest things we found is just the opportunity to look people in the eyes. Because if you talk to a lot of them, this is their situation. They really find people don't look them in the eyes. So you really get to know the personalities, the relationships that we've built over the years, the trust that's been built. In terms of it's a community tone is how I would describe it. There's just a really good sense of community, and they look after each other. There's not a lot of problems. There's very few problems, I would say. Like, is there ever problems? Yeah, some people, because for whatever reason, have a conflict with somebody, you're going to get some escalation sometimes. The community is really good at de-escalating themselves. There's a policing that goes on that way that's really, really impressive. So we don't run into a lot of issues. We talk with the security people. I know the city has security people that come through every once in a while. And it was funny. We asked this question ourselves a couple times, and they said, actually, this is one of the best nights at Ferguson. Because if there is problem people hanging around Ferguson other days, they tend not to like the crowd, so they actually leave. Is there people that do drugs at Ferguson? There's people that do drugs on every corner of the city. I forget what I was walking here yesterday, and same thing. I saw a guy lighting up a pipe right in the middle of the sidewalk. I mean, that's the reality. Does that happen there? Periodically, it does, absolutely. If people linger after sometimes, they do, but they do that on other nights of the week as well.
Councillor?
Who cleans up at the end of the night? I'm sure there's a mess, so who cleans up?
Yeah, we have a few people. We bring garbage bags and what have you. We do go around and we clean up. I would argue that the place is cleaner when we leave than when we came. There used to be more garbage cans there, and for some reason that's changed. I don't know if that was just by accident or intentional, but there is less garbage cans there now. We take away our own garbage. So yeah, there's a lot of effort that goes into that.
Thank you. Chair, can I offer a quick comment to sum up?
Yeah, go ahead, quickly.
I should make it known that I have volunteered at this group at Ferguson Avenue, I think 3 or 4 times now. The times that I've been there, I've spoken to many of the people who were homeless and many of them who were living in homes that are not in the best conditions. And they were all wonderful people. They were quite talkative. They were sharing their life experience with me, and they were eternally grateful for the food and the service that is being provided to them. This group does a remarkable job. I don't know if we can find another location that would serve this community in the same way, because once you start moving the location, the proximity to the residents who live in those apartment buildings and housing structures in that area, they all walk or they all have a wheelchair and they can only go so far around their building. So I wish you well. I think you're doing a remarkable service, and God bless all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor McMeekin.
Yeah, thanks, Chair, Deputy Mayor. It's hard to know where to start. You know, we allegedly in the city have an all Hamilton approach to housing and homelessness. But I think there are days when I really question whether that's the case at all. You know, we tend to engage and make decisions based on process, not always as open-minded as I think on a good day we'd like to be. It can be exceptionally bureaucratic when it suits our purposes. And forgive me, but you know, we're a tale of two cities. I traditionally talk about being the best place to age in place.
Councillor, just sorry to interrupt. Just at some point, I know there's a question coming, right?
Yes, there is a question coming, but the preamble's critical.
We'll start at the beginning, no preamble at the end. Go ahead.
Because the punchline is, there's another way of looking at the tale of two cities. It's about the lucky and the left out. And I think we should be tripping over ourselves to make occasional exceptions when there are groups with the base of support that this group has. I've been down there a couple of times. I've seen the work in action. You know, 3 hours a week, you know, it's hard not to think that the city's kowtowing to a couple of businesses who don't maybe have a whole different set of interests that aren't consistent with what these good people are doing. But here's my question.
There it is.
I only got to ask
finally.
One, right?
Thank you.
I'd like to know a little bit more about, and I think that the Horseshoe should know a little bit more about the kind of support you have in the community. Who provides the food? Where do the volunteers come from? What other amenities are available? What kind of offshoots have developed from the program based on the engagement of everyday folk who really care about lifting people up and doing what in their hearts they feel is right. Can you talk about that?
You see how he did that? He put 4 questions in one.
That's a skill that I've developed over the years.
Preamble plus 4 questions.
Got it. I'll skip the preamble.
Yes, thank you.
But just say that we have a network of volunteers, several of whom would love to have been here today also, but they are out collecting food at this moment for tonight. One of the challenges is that the need in Hamilton is so great that we need to, maybe I shouldn't even say this, but we need to collect food from neighboring communities in order to provide sufficient food in Hamilton. So Burlington, Cambridge, Brantford are a few of the communities that we need to go to collect food. Almost all of the food is approaching expiry at supermarkets. So they're coming from the major supermarkets, which is great because, of course, they manage to keep things refrigerated and they're aware of all the safety requirements that go through that. And we store in a refrigeration container in Burlington. But it's an extensive network. One of the things, just to add, that we're very proud of, and Wednesday night works great for this, any of those delicious cakes that don't get sold on the weekend, many of the grocery stores are very, very generous in providing that. So our group has a reputation for having a nice piece of cheesecake or carrot cake and things like that. Something that our crowd would typically not see as a treat, but so that makes Wednesday a little special.
Councillor McMeekin, you're good?
I'm
Final,
good, yeah.
You're good, okay. I
hope
appreciate
we're good.
that. Thank you. Mayor Horvath, please.
Thanks very much, Deputy Mayor. I just have a couple of questions, a very small preamble, which is I don't think there's any disagreement around the table about the need that exists in the city of Hamilton, as well as the value of the service that you provide for the people who are in need. So I think that we were all very grateful when people step up and do what they can. But I just want to follow up on a couple things in terms of the location, et cetera. One is you had mentioned that the northeast is where most of, or many of the folks that visit you are coming from. The site that was suggested by staff is east of where you are now and about a block south. Is that accurate?
Yeah, it's the corner of Wellington and Main Street.
Yeah, so in terms of, significant distance changes, it's about a block and less than 2 full blocks.
That was never our issue with,
Okay,
with
well,
that
I'm sorry,
location.
but you did say that there were people who had.
That was referring to
Can I
City
fi-
Hall.
can I
moving
finish?
to City
Can I
Hall,
finish?
Sorry,
Can I
let's
finish?
let the speaker finish and then you can respond and we'll make sure we have a little bit of, so we can understand both speakers. Mayor, go ahead.
Thanks very much. So, so the issue of traveling, I hear what you're saying, though. I caught what you were saying, which is you were talking more about this location than that. But so then it is fair to say that the other location that the staff have brought forward as an opportunity is one that's, very proximate to where you are right now, in terms of geography, not in terms of any of the amenities. Is that correct?
Do you want me to answer that?
Sure.
So, yeah, the geography, that's why we went there in the first place and engaged staff at that location and agreed that if they could put us under the overhang where we had the shelters and everything else we needed, that was viable. We talked about seating and other things like that that are important to the people that come out. But that was exactly why we engaged staff, because we said, yeah, that is potentially workable. So that's what we did. And then we looked at, when that wasn't available, we looked at a few different options there. And again, the final option that was presented to us was you can put up temporary tents.
Okay, thank you for that. So just back to the proximity issue, it's not all that different from the proximity from the folks that were doing that wonderful work downtown at Gate or at Gore Park and where they are now, which is behind City Hall here. So, proximity change is very similar. I guess what I wanted to ask is, you talked about what some kind of casual conversations you've had with adjacent businesses, et cetera. Do you know at all the people who operate the BIA and whether there's any business association engagement or discussion about the impacts from a broader perspective in terms of the business improvement area on the services that you provide in that area?
Actually, the BIA's never reached out to us about it at all. We've actually, I think a couple people have picked up on some minutes from the BIA where there's been maybe some misinformation or perceptions that maybe weren't accurate. We've never had BIA people come out on a Wednesday night and actually engage us. So I can't say we've had that. We didn't, like I say, other than what we've read in some minutes. And some of that stuff definitely isn't accurate because I know it addresses things like fights and things like that, which is simply not true. We've actually considered as part of this process filing an FOI with the city and the police to find out about reports for Wednesday night issues, just to kind of address that concern. So.
I raise it just for your information because this is one of the things that was raised, I think, I believe, and I've certainly received some information about that with the Gore Park situation as well, that the use of the space was not conducive to all uses that are expected in a downtown commercial district. And so that conversation took some time. I'm looking to staff just for a nod. Took some time to have that conversation and have the folks from Gore Park, with a number of accommodations, move to City Hall where there's much more space, where there's much more, ability for movement of people and of activity. And in fact, it's quite a beautiful thing back there when we go and see what's happening in terms of the provision of services. I get it, it's not the same as yours, but certainly not dissimilar in terms of the need and the desire to step up and create some some relief for people who are suffering, for sure. Is that fair? Like, would you say that that's a fair generalization around the type of situation in Gore Park in terms of interface with downtown commercial district and what's happening that you're undertaking in the more eastern part of our downtown?
Well, on Wednesday nights at 6:30, 7 o'clock and beyond, very few of those businesses are open in that area. There's not a lot of interaction with that group. Like I say, there's a variety store across the street who I'm sure appreciates having a greater audience around. There's the thrift store next door. Outside of that, you know, Denninger's and all the other places down the street are dark. Yeah, Dollarama's still open, but they're good with us too.
Mayor,
Those were all my questions. Okay. Thanks very much, Deputy Mayor.
I appreciate that. Last speaker on the list, Councillor Cooper.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for all you do. I've had a chance to have a conversation with you, as I have with other food security providers around the city. You know, Hamilton's in a full-blown affordability crisis, right? I mean, in my ward, I got 5,000 people in food banks between Upper James, West Fifth, Rymo, and Mohawk. So I appreciate what you do. My question to you today is, how many families are you feeding?
Families or people?
Well, people
Depends
are families. Sometimes
yeah.
people represent families,
Well,
right? So however you want to categorize that, I'll leave it to you.
Yeah. So if you kind of look at the span of, let's just say, over a month, because not everybody comes every week necessarily, there's lots of variables in that, we probably touch 600 or 700 families / individuals. And so when I say families, so you can multiply the individuals by 3 or 4 or 5 in some cases, obviously, so your kind of breadth of depth is pretty significant.
Okay, thank you. And also, as I've had these conversations across the city, I'm understanding there's a different demographic that's now showing up to food banks, meal programs. What I've been told other places has been seniors who, by the time they pay their taxes, utilities got no money for food, young families, no money, right? What are you finding?
Yeah, I think there's 2 big demographics that have probably changed since we've done this, and one is the immigrants. A lot of immigrant families, a lot. And a lot of seniors, It's honestly tough to watch, but it's a reality.
And by how much do you find it's increased? And maybe you give us a sense of timing on that as well.
Yeah, you know, obviously we had COVID in the middle, so there's some waves with that. If I was to look back at 5 or 7 years ago, I would say we're probably 50% more.
Okay. And with where things are going, I mean, we're in the only country in the G7, G20 to be in a full-blown recession as well. With how you see your program expanding because of where we find ourselves in Hamilton here right now, do you think that this location can service that need?
So, I think the thing, I think somebody asked earlier, I think it might have been Councillor Clark, what's the perfect location? The perfect location is... Yeah, the perfect location would be in that area, you know, 5 or 7 or 10,000 square feet with proper bathrooms and all those fun things. Okay. But in terms of the geography and the realities we're living in, that's where, as we went through this exercise with some city staff, we really kind of came full circle that we can't just, it's not just geography, it's the facility. That's the big piece here. It's the impacts of weather and what have you. You know, I know when we were over in the OW parking lot, I think it was the very first time we went there, and we're kind of scratching our head because we still hadn't really kind of been told why we're moving. And I've heard different pieces since then, but the one thing that's really kind of stuck with me was one of the senior staff basically saying in this approach was, oh, you're moving. And to me, that's not an answer. That's not an answer. Like, what are we trying to solve here? And we can work together, and we've tried to work together, but at the end of the day, this is about serving a community that lives right there, and we have volunteers. This is not a situation of inconveniences. We all have a lot of inconveniences. And I can tell you, our vulnerable friends have a lot more inconveniences than most of us.
Thank you. Thank you. And thank you for what you do.
Thank you, Councillor Cooper. No further speakers. Thank you for your delegation today. Mover and seconder, please, to receive the delegation. Councillor Francis, Councillor Beatty. Show of hands. Thank you. Moving on to 6.4, Mike Samuel, Hamilton Hurricanes, respecting Hamilton Football Facility Access Program. This is an in-person delegation. Welcome, Mike. Whenever you're ready, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and councillors for allowing me to speak on the situation of football field access for games within the city of Hamilton. For a little context, Hamilton Hurricanes are a member of the Canadian Junior Football League since 1963. We run as a nonprofit, and we are an alternative for youth sport or university football. A lot of our players do not go on to university. They go to colleges, they take skilled trades, they go immediately into the workforce. However, they still have the passion and the desire to go on to play professional football. We give them that opportunity. There's 20 teams across the Canadian Junior Football League. Hamilton is a long-standing member of this league. And, you know, since its inception in 1963, the Hurricanes have sent 20-plus players to the CFL. One of those players, Nigel Williams, parlayed his CFL experience and played in the NFL. Without our league, some of these guys may not have achieved their dreams. The Hurricanes also have a mandate within our team goals, is to give back to our community. For the past 3 seasons, our players and coaches have donated their time to various causes. Food for Kids, Hamilton Out of the Cold, Canadian Cancer Society, Tim Hortons Smile Cookie Days, and so many others. So much so, our community our involvement has attained us the highest award given out by the CJFL every year, which is the Community Team of the Year. It's been given to us the last 3 years, and we have officially set the standard with the Canadian Junior Football League. This year, the Hurricanes have been put in a great dilemma. This year, we were trying to find turf fields to play our football games at. Hamilton Stadium, the only city-owned turf field for football, is home both to the Hamilton Ticats and the Hamilton Forge, and they eat up a great number of hours used at that facility. So much so that this year we've been forced to look elsewhere outside of the city. People have always asked me, why don't you play at a local high school? They have turf fields. Well, they're in local communities, and city bylaw prevents us from doing any PA announcing, doing any music in between plays, just overall hyping up the crowd. So just imagine going to a Ticat game. We are allowed to play a national anthem at the turf fields and the high school, but imagine going to a Ticat game, you hear the anthem and it's dead quiet. It's just the noise of the crowd, nothing else to pump it up. So that's our dilemma. This year in 2026, we've had to move our home games to Nelson High School in Burlington. It's a situation where they don't have any noise restrictions and they have all the amenities that we can play at. So the solution, Hamilton needs to be what they claim to be, a football city. What can you do about it? We need to get a football turf field within the city area. My consideration is turfing Russ Jackson Field, which is within William Connell Park. It's where we currently practice. Right now, the city has named that field after a Hamilton legend, a gentleman who went to Westdale High School, played at McMaster University, and then had a lengthy CFL career, and then became an educator. Right now, he can only come and watch us practice. As it stands right now, every 3 years, the Ontario Conference, what we play in the CJFL, we have the ability to host the national title game. We did so in 2011 when we were back at Ivor Wynne. As of right now, we can't do that. There is no turf field for us to play at, and usually Hamilton Stadium is booked up with the Ticats. So for us, our options are limited. I want to be very clear. We want to stay in the city of Hamilton. Like I said, we've been here since 1963, and we just feel it's time that the city invests in sport and builds a football turf field. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mike. We have some speakers, so if you can just stay there. We have some questions for you. Mayor Horwath, please go ahead.
Thanks very much, Deputy Mayor. Thanks very much. I'm glad I'm not the only one that does that. Thanks very much, Deputy Mayor Spatafora. Mike, thanks for coming in. And I want to say, before I ask a couple questions, that thanks for spending some time with my staff in terms of giving us the understanding of what's going on. And you, of course, know that we've been talking with city staff as well to see what we can dig up. And I think there might be a motion on the agenda today that kind of follows up with some of the things that we've already engaged with our staff on. So I think that's a positive thing. What I would want to ask you, though, is has there been any engagement with the school boards, like the Hamilton Wentworth District School Board or the separate school board, in terms of potential? Yeah,
those turf fields are run by a company called New Stadia. They're involved with ice arena rentals, football field rentals, and we've approached them on several occasions about playing. We can go practice there. The issue partly too is that, you know, grass fields don't want to be dug up with turf on a rainy day. So the city tends to shut the fields down at the slightest sign of inclement weather. We then have to move to turf fields. We've talked to the people at New Stadia about playing games there. The noise bylaw, it prohibits us. We don't want to play a game where there's no announcing, there's no music. It's part of our game day experience for fans. And so there has been the engagement. It seems like it's at a stall right now. So,
Mayor?
No, that was actually my biggest question, was whether or not there was opportunity there. I guess the only other question I've had is probably to staff, which we'll get through, I think, when the motion comes, et cetera, which is about the option that you just put on the table, or the potential opportunity there.
Perfect.
So I do appreciate the frustration that you're feeling, and I think all of us would agree we don't want to see the loss of the Hurricanes from Hamilton.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mayor. Up next, Councillor Francis.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor Spatafora, and thank you for coming down, Mike, and it's great to see you again. As you know, I played in that 2011 Canadian Bowl that you mentioned. We won't talk about the result of that game. And I can't believe it's been that long now. And I was one of those players that greatly benefited from being a player in the CJFL. My life definitely went on a different trajectory because of the Hamilton Hurricanes. You having to move games to Burlington due to these challenges. For those who don't know, the Hamilton Hurricanes and Burlington Braves rivalry, it was a pretty fierce rivalry for quite some time. And although Burlington's no longer a CJFL team, I mean, this would be like the Tiger Cats playing games in Toronto.
Mm-hmm. Councillor, I know I'm trying to get going down memory lane here, and I appreciate that, but whenever you're ready.
So just want to understand the challenges that you are presented with when you do have to play games at high school football stadiums. What do those challenges look like for you? Is it press box? Is it? I know you mentioned the noise, but I'm sure there's access challenges, and sure some of the high schools don't even work for you. Do I have that right?
Partly. We haven't played at high schools. We would consider it. I mean, the costs at Hamilton Stadium have rose greatly since the days that we played at Ivor Wynne. We haven't played any games in over 14 years at a high school field. When we did, there was a concession made, sorry, it was 2015. We had our home opener kind of taken away from us by the Ticats, because the Ticats get 5 events that they can hold outside of their games. I think they were hosting a Keith Urban concert to kick off the opening of what was Tim Hortons Field. And so we were moved to Cardinal Newman High School, and some concessions were made at that point. But on the regular, we don't. 2021, because COVID was still, there were still some lingering effects, we moved our games to Brantford because we couldn't get in the stadium. At that, in 2021, they allowed for no outside rentals except for the Forge and the Ticats. And we understood that because of COVID. And we knew it was a short-term situation, and then the following year we were back at Tim Hortons Field, or Hamilton Stadium now.
Councillor?
I appreciate that context there. It's important. And I remember playing at Ivor Wynne quite frequently. We were there almost every night between practices and games, and Brian Timmis was always an option for user groups next door. Is the new stadium still as easy to access as Ivor Wynne was? Through you, Chair?
No, not at all. It seems like, you know, with the Ticats having the Forge and their own team, it seems to be primary access goes to them. I don't think the community access is fully available as it should be. And that may be part and parcel with what agreements they have with the city. But I find it very hard to get time there. I find it very expensive to get time there. When we played at Ivor Wynne years ago, we were paying somewhere around $1,500 to host a game. And now with everything all in at Hamilton Stadium, it's close to $35,000 to $4,000 to host a game, which it's tough for junior football to, you know, stay sustainable with those kind of costs.
Councillor?
Yeah, that's quite significant. So I guess my next question is a two-part question. What would be your preferred site, and what are you paying now to rent field space where you're currently practicing?
At William Connell. So we pay, I think our hourly rate with lights, I think we're paying $106 a night for practice, which is a 2-hour practice, and we practice 3 nights a week. If we were to have that same practice at Hamilton Stadium, it's somewhere in the $500 range. Although it's turf, I understand it's a better facility, but if you're just practicing, you don't need all the amenities around it. So, yeah.
Okay, and just so I understand, is that your preferred site for a future turf field in the city of Hamilton, William Connell, or do you prefer somewhere else in the city? You know,
well, yeah. If you're asking me, my bias is Russ Jackson Field. I think it serves 2 purposes. A, that's our practice facility as it is. We are provided locker rooms and equipment rooms there, and yeah, that's what I would prefer. Obviously, I'm biased because that's where we are. For us, it just makes a lot of sense. There's tons of parking available. It's kind of secluded. The field is a little back from communities. There are neighboring communities, but they're more south than where the field is, so I don't think it would come into play. And as far as east and west, it's a lot of like forest area, so I don't think that would affect it too much.
Councillor, your
last question.
Last
Chair.
question.
Thank
okay.
you. And obviously, the Hamilton Hurricanes are affiliate to the junior affiliate to the Hamilton Tiger Cats. Many players, as you mentioned, going to play with the Ticats over the years. What does your relationship look like with the Ticats? Whether that's partnership or financial support, what does that look like? That's my last question, Chair.
They hold our players' rights. Our players can play in the CJFL up until they're 22. So they hold our players' rights up until December following their senior year with us. After December, they're free to sign with any other CFL clubs. And probably about 7 or 8 have, where I think the Ticats kind of missed the mark on those players and they went on to CFL careers. But other than that, we don't really get any financial support from the Ticats. They do have their 50-50, which is given out every year. But, you know, for those who don't know, you have to pay to get into the 50-50. You have to pay a sum of about $15,000 and buy allotment of tickets, and that gives you the right to have a 50-50. And if you don't do well on the 50-50, well, at least you've got your tickets to sell, which are given to you at a decreased rate. But to us, it just becomes, we become a ticket broker for the Ticats. So it doesn't really help us financially. So.
Thank you, Councillor. I'm glad you left out all the interceptions in that game you talked about. Councillor Cooper, you're up.
Thank you, Chair. I remember a day when Hamilton was football. When I was a teenager, we had the Steel City Football Association, parks across the city, and we had 9 teams that we all intermittent and played across the city. Yeah. Different day we're in today. Let me ask you this: what's your season? When does it start? You know, training camp all the way through. Like, give me a sense of what the season looks like.
So we do our, I guess, in a full year scope. We start our OTAs in January and February, where we start inviting players in, recognizing them. Our training camp just started 2 weeks ago. Our first game, which is, you know, quote unquote, our home opener at Nelson, is August 15th. Our last regular season game is October 3rd, and then we start playoffs.
Okay. I know when I was at McMaster University, we had a field that it was needed a lot of love, and we built the stadium at McMaster, right? Mm-hmm. I know this McMaster season, it changed a little different than yours. It starts a little later. Ticats have had their training camps there before as well. Is that an option, do you think, to, because they have an artificial turf, they have a stadium, beautiful stadium there as well. Is that something you would consider?
We would consider it in a heartbeat. We've been shut out of there many years every time we ask. Between football, they have football, they have men's and women's soccer, they have men's and women's field hockey, they have a rugby program, they have intramurals. That all gets taken first. Then they see what they can allocate to the community. I remember when Ron Joyce gave that money to McMaster, part of it was to be community access.
It's true.
Well, I've said that to McMaster on many a day, and the comment back was, okay, well, we'll give you field time, but you'll kick off at 10 p.m. on a Sunday night.
And how recent was that conversation?
3 years ago.
3 years ago. So the current administration?
I don't know if it's still current, but, you know, close enough.
Because I believe there is a new administration. I wonder if there's an opportunity to have a conversation, because, you know, McMaster looks to be part of this community, and sometimes I hear these comments where they don't really fit in, and it's a little bit sharp edges at McMaster. So, I mean, there was a different time when Dr. George was there, but I wonder with the new president, if there might be an opportunity to open up a conversation around what that could look like, because, you know, we all are Hamiltonians, and we should be able to work together, right? And that's a beautiful stadium that's, you know, I say at different times of the season, like especially in August, underutilized. And so I wonder if that could be an opportunity that you would explore.
We would definitely be open to it. I know at the time, I think it was a gentleman named TJ Kelly, who was the field admin at Iverwin Stadium. He went to McMaster. I don't know if he's still there. That would be our contact. We wouldn't probably warrant a conversation with the new president, although maybe someone here could get us in the door. I don't know.
Personally, I'm committed to helping you, so happy to arrange that conversation.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, listen, we want to stay in the city of Hamilton. That's been our goal all along. We didn't even like playing in Brantford during 2021. But we understood the situation with coming out of COVID and the costs involved of, you know, playing 2021 at Tim Hortons Field, and then they have to come in and disinfect, and there was a lot of challenges for that. So we understood for the time being that that's where we were going to be for 1 year, but we want to stay in we're the Hamilton Hurricanes. We're not the, you know, Hamilton Hurricanes playing out of Burlington, although pro teams do that quite a bit. We don't want that. We don't want that.
Councillor?
How many years have you been in Hamilton through the chair?
The Hurricanes itself?
Yes.
We've been in Hamilton since 1963. I do want to say in 1994 the team folded, but a group of us resurrected it starting in 2007 for play in 2008.
So you are Hamilton?
We are.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you,
Councillor.
Councillor.
What you're doing, and we'll support you through this.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Beattie.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, and through you. Full disclosure, Mike, I'm not a football guy, but I can see the value of the program that you're offering. I think that there's proof positive in this very room of the outcome, although maybe not the best example. He's not even paying attention.
I would agree.
Just wondering if you can delve, I took a shot at you, you weren't even listening. Can you delve a little more into the noise bylaw issue? I'm curious, I think that I heard you can do your full program in Burlington, but you can't do it in Hamilton.
Correct.
And the reason why I'm just wondering if you can unpack this a little bit. My office receives notification of noise bylaw exemptions periodically. I'm sure most councillors have seen those too. So I'm just trying to see what might apply to you in the Hamilton case, or why it's different for you, and maybe even, Chair, at the appropriate time I would ask the same question of staff just to delve into that a little more deeply.
Well, we've really only pursued it this year because this year seems to be the challenge year for us finding turf field. And next year, the CFL is changing their configuration of the field too. So that's not going to be conducive for what we consider the Canadian game. They're doing a different thing. So this year is the first year we've explored, hey, can we play? And it's been told time and time again, no, you cannot play games there. There is no music and there is no announcing allowed except for the national anthem. And I said, well, how does that work when school is playing their games? The local neighboring homes already understand that that's going to happen for school events, but outside rentals, it's not allowed. That's what we've been told. So we've asked New Stadia, is there some way that it can be looked into, that there could be an exemption? Maybe there's one field. We find that Bishop Tonus is kind of in a bowl in Ancaster, their field, and kind of protected by forest, so maybe the noise wouldn't be as much. They haven't got back to us yet, but it's been approached.
Councillor?
Thank you for that, and I'll ask staff after we conclude this for a little more about that. I'm starting to wonder if maybe it's an internal board policy more so than a city bylaw, and maybe we can flesh that out after the fact.
Sure.
I'm a former school trustee with the HWDSB. I think that you're talking to New Stadia, which is for the HWCDSB, the Catholic Board. Perhaps we can follow up offline on that a little more deeply. I also want to ask you, just again, based on the school board experience that I have, in terms of the long-planned sports field at the old Domtar Glass Factory, I think in Brightside, I think it's called Brightside Park, something we've been working on for 10 years in partnership with the school board. It was always anticipated when I sat on the board, it was supposed to be the sports field for Bernie Custis. And it's really delayed. I know that the local trustee and the local councillor are on it. We're talking about it frequently at the City School Board Liaison Committee. Are you a member of that? Like, are you participating in that conversation? Do you have any thoughts on where that might be helpful for you?
My thoughts are it's always been talk. This has been talk since Tim Hortons Field was built in 2015. I mean, we're talking 11 years. It's been talked about. I mean, my personal opinion is There seems to be too much talking and not enough doing. Like, I've been hearing about that Brightside Park thing, like I said, since 2015. And now we're 11 years later. So my thought is, if we're still talking now, how much longer do we talk before actually something gets done? But I mean, and again, it's not just the Hamilton Hurricanes. This can, benefit flag football in the city, touch football in the city, the Hamilton Minor Football Association. Those places are renting from the school board. They're going to a private facility to rent, where that's lost revenue for the city. You turf a field, right now, our field access opens approximately June 1st because it's an A field. And it closes September 30th. That's 4 months of usage. If that field was turfed, you could probably rent it from March till the end of November, because people will still rent it in the cold. Now, yeah, if it snows, probably not. But there's so much opportunity to let it pay for itself, no matter where the turf field is, whether it's Brightside, Russ Jackson Field, what have you. But I'd love to be involved with more talks about that, because it's just, I just hear chatter and no action.
Okay.
You good?
Again, maybe some offline follow-up on that. I know that, as I mentioned, it does come across the desk of the liaison committee from time to time frequently, and I know that we're all trying to advance it, but perhaps there's a seat at the table. I don't know for you, but that sounds like something we can follow up on.
Sure,
perhaps.
love to.
Chair, at the appropriate time, if I could ask that question of staff.
Okay to ask it when the motion's on the floor? Thank you. We're just trying to get through this one here. Up next, Councillor Tom Jackson.
Good morning, Deputy Mayor Spadafora. Hopefully you can hear me, and if my Wi-Fi cuts out again, please let me know and I'll cut the video.
Loud and clear, and nice to see you as well, Councillor. Go ahead.
Thank you. Michael Samuel, nice to meet you, and a longtime fan of Hamilton Junior Hurricanes football. Maybe the only one around that horseshoe that was there as a teenager to watch the only championship team of 1972 with friends of mine, Joe Fabiani, who was the quarterback, Steve Redmond, great defensive tackle. With all due respect to the current Ward 5 councillor who never quite won it all, I just want to say it was great seeing that championship team in 72. Anyways, Mike, if I could just get some clarification from you, and thanks for your advocacy to keep Junior Hurricanes football playing in Hamilton. Are you part of the current Master Indoor-Outdoor Parks Recreation Master Plan? Are you aware of it? Are you connected with it? Have you had any talks with our city staff? Through you, Deputy Mayor Spadafora, please.
None at all.
Okay, so we've got, in my humble opinion, when Councillor Francis moves the motion that I'm seconding later in the day, I think we need to imply that that conversation, then that line of communication, Mike, opens up with our Director of Recreation, Steve Savor. Secondly, is the Hamilton Minor Football Association, I have friends involved on the executive, Paul Michelli and others. Are they a feeder association into your program through you, Deputy Mayor?
Actually, they are. At one point, they used to be the Hamilton Junior Hurricanes. So we had a partnership with them. Now, it was in its infancy. It was the first 3 years. They said their goal was to become the Junior Ticats, but in the interim, they wouldn't mind partnering with us and being the Junior Hurricanes. So they did that for 3 years. And a lot of those players who are not going on to university, who may be going to Mohawk College or going into the skilled trades or the workforce, will come to us at the recommendation of the HFA.
So you do have a relationship then, which is excellent, and hopefully it could be a dual benefit if we can get a turf field somewhere that both of you could benefit and support each other's programs. Lastly, Mike, I would love to have you at Mohawk Sports Park, my 110-acre park. I have so many different organizations there, rugby, soccer, baseball, the quad pad arena, cricket, you name it. Unfortunately, I don't have a turf field there, but I'm happy to support to see what we can do to land you and keep you permanently in Hamilton. Thanks, Deputy Mayor Spadafora.
Thanks, Councillor.
Thank you.
Councillor Kutch, please.
Thanks very much. As someone who couldn't throw a football, I do appreciate the skills of the other members here who know what they're doing, whether they won a championship or not. So good for you, Councillor Francis. I think that my question is about Tim Hortons Field. I know you've answered some of this or talked about this, but I'm a little confused. I was recently out there for a flag football game and talking to quite a number of parents. Some of the leadership folks from the Ticats and the Forge and other kind of folks just happened to be there as well. And I chatted with them casually. And what they said, I think, is what you said. At that grassroots level of parents maybe just trying to organize something on the field for their children to play, the struggle they were speaking to was one of finances. They were saying that for them, just trying to rent Tim Hortons Field was expensive. They wanted to do it more often, and they recognize that there's a lot of regional problems. So for instance, you've got this group in Niagara, and they're coming up here because there's not a lot of field space for these things to happen. And as you might know, and many people may know, flag football is taking off, especially for young people. It's a much more accessible sport for lots of folks, and it allows for all kinds of other things to happen that you can't do in touch football. So I think I understand what you're saying. What I don't get, though, is what the barrier for you is in terms of renting that space. I know that there's other competing uses, but when I spoke to everybody there, there's quite a bit of downtime on that field. And I understand it's not maybe extraordinary amount of downtime, but it's not as if there's not availability. Is it a matter of financially being able to afford to rent it? Is it that logistically there's a problem there? Do we need to be advocating with the Ticats and the owners of the field to say, hey, we've got to do more to make a space for the Hurricanes? I don't quite understand the issue, because for me, we've invested as a city just countless millions of dollars into that facility. It's something that should be available to as many groups as possible and to the public, frankly, more widely. And it seems to continue to be a tension point. So could you maybe expand a bit on that for me?
Sure. So with a lot of our players are students. So we're kind of guided to play our games on weekends. Weekends that the Ticats aren't using Hamilton Stadium, formerly Tim Hortons Field. The Forge is in town. There may be one or two. In past years, the scheduler for the Ontario Football Conference, the conference we play under in the CJFL, I would go to Rob Gatto and his staff and say, this is when our season starts, this is when it ends, give me 4 dates that we can play there. You look at everything that's planned around and let us know. And they would give us the 4 dates. We would submit that to the league, and they would build the schedule around it. We can't host a team like Ottawa on a Thursday night, because then people are getting out of work, school, what have you, and missing Thursday and Friday. So our games are scheduled for the weekend, the odd Friday night game.
I see. So what you're saying is that the weekends are more important for, you think, people coming out, and trying to shift that to an evening game wouldn't work for your audience. What about being the opener for Ticats games? Like, I mean, I understand that the dates are taken up, but why not, frankly, have the Hamilton Hurricanes open every Ticats game?
Love it.
Right? Like, it doesn't seem
Make
that
it
would be a
happen.
conflict or a problem.
We've had it done once where we had a doubleheader played at Tim Hortons Field where we hosted the Burlington Braves, but that was after Hamilton hosted Edmonton. So, and it was great for our players because a lot of the fans stuck around and watched the game, and it was a great crowd. And although we didn't share in the gate revenue, we didn't have to pay for the field, and that's okay too. We're okay with that. You know, the gate revenue is a financial generator for us, but if it means that we don't make any gate, but we get our facility for free, we're okay with that. We're okay with that.
So if I understand you correctly, there would be a potential partnership in the future if the stars lined up where, for instance, before or after a Forge game or before or after a Ticats game, you folks could potentially play.
Not a Forge game, because the field is marked differently.
Fair enough. What do I know about
Ticat
that?
game, absolutely.
So
before
you could.
or after.
Okay. Thank you so much. I think that's a real possibility and something that should be explored. I think the idea that we have folks who are playing football at a less professional level could really benefit from being there when the Ticats are there, being there when the audience is there, getting a sense of what it's like. Frankly, we'd probably improve play, probably improve the experience for everybody, and solve a major problem. So hopefully people will explore that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sounds like maybe you do have some football experience. Last speaker, Councillor Nan.
Thank you. Chair, it wasn't anything to the delegation. Really appreciate the delegate coming in to share the experiences of Hurricane and the needs of the Hamilton team. But it was a point of order. I just wanted to clarify. There was a point made earlier, Chair, speaking to Brightside Park and the delays in its construction. So I just wanted to clarify for the public record that none of the delays are on the part of the City of Hamilton. The delays are from the province, the Ministry of Environment, Conservation and Parks, and their requirements for soil remediation and the testing that continues to change the goalpost. So as the area councillor, let me tell you, totally appreciate the frustration and the delays. We've got a lot of people waiting for that park. So I just wanted to clarify that has nothing to do with the city. It's not just talk. We actually have a plan. We're ready to implement. We're just waiting for the province. Thanks.
Appreciate the clarity, Councillor. I think it's important for people to know where we are with that parcel of land. Mike, no more speakers. Thanks so much for coming in. Sounds like you got some support around the table to try to find a partnership with people in the community to help the hurricanes.
Great.
Thank you.
Appreciate your time.
Mover and seconder to receive the delegation, Councillor Francis, Mayor Horvath. Show of hands. That carries. 6.5, Robert Rakosi, Festival of Friends, respecting annual allocation of City of Hamilton Municipal Accommodation Tax Fund in person. Welcome, Robert. Whenever you're ready, please go ahead.
Hello, Chair, Councillors, City staff. I'm here on behalf of the Festival of Friends. My name is Robert Rakosi. I'm the General Manager. As many of you may or may not know, this is the 50th anniversary of the Festival of Friends. I think this is something something that the city should be celebrating, as this is our, as an event of this level. I'm so sorry. Been sitting and thinking a lot. This is our milestone 50th event. In a world where festivals like Sound of Music, where Elora River Fest, where events in Calgary and Vancouver and Victoria have all not made it to their 50th and had to shut down due to funding, due to issues, due to all sorts of things, the Festival of Friends has remained free, strong, and happy for years to come. No organization puts on more for less. We are the most efficiently run festival in the city, in this country. Over 65% of all the money that we receive goes directly to artists and staging. Only 10% go to budget, go to staffing, and that kind of thing. I don't know why I'm lost here. This year is a landmark year, and the
it's okay, Rob. You still got
Getting nervous. I go up
3.5
in front of 800 people, 10 to 20,000 people, and I can't do it. This year is the landmark year. We have booked the greatest lineup in the history of the Festival of Friends. We have, which I'm going to talk about right now, which is Feist, who, and just to give you an idea, that Feist is an artist who you can see only 3 times this year in the entire country. You can pay $150 and see her in Vancouver. You could see her at Massey Hall for $150, or you can see her at Gage Park this summer for free. The second artist we have playing is Dallas Smith, who is a country music legend. Again, you can see him in Lindsay, Ontario for $110. You can see him out in Saskatchewan for $120, or you can come to the Festival of Friends for free. The perfect example of that is Brett Kissel, who played the Festival of Friends last year. Played for free to 35,000 people in Gage Park, and this year you can see him at the new Route 905 Fest in Ancaster for $89. Worth the money, but absolutely interesting. So the Festival of Friends over the decades has provided free, wonderful entertainment to everybody in Hamilton, regardless of income level, etc. Now, the one thing that I'm here specifically to talk about is our 50th anniversary night. Now, we have built a 2.5-hour extravaganza of artists, backed by Blackie and the Rodeo Kings, Tom Wilson, Local Boy. We have a lineup that is just the beginning of who is launched. We have Finger 11, Tara Lightfoot, Chantal Kreviazuk, Mark Jordan, Amy Sky, Harrison Kennedy, Crash Test Dummies, Dan Hill, Hawksley Workman, Ashley McIsaac, Andy Kim, who wrote Sugar Sugar, Maestro Fresh West, Teenage Head, playing their first show in Hamilton in 5 years, Tay-Bay, Elliott Brood, and we have a number that we have not announced. Now, the reason I'm here today is because one thing we did not understand when we decided to put this night on was that the reputation of the festival would carry through and bring other artists of this caliber to be interested in participating in this event. So we have received calls from all sorts of artists, I cannot say their names right now, who want to participate in this night. And at this point, it is now almost 24 artists, most of which are either Juno Award winner, Juno nominated, et cetera, et cetera. So we are here to ask for a $50,000 Tourism Hamilton funding grant. I have reached out to the mayor's office. She has worked very kindly with us. And it's very important to understand that we are not here because we are in financial trouble, that we are not strong. The festival is strong. We are just looking to support the coming of these artists. They're here to come for free. Our reputation carries it. They're here for free, but they need flight costs. They need hotel costs. They need things like that. So it costs $3,000 or $4,000 to bring somebody from Glass Tiger or some other band to come to the event. So what we're here to do is to ask to help support that, because this is going to be a tourism event that I don't think the city has ever seen. This is a concert we have never seen before, and the largest gathering of musicians in Hamilton history, and I would thank you for your support.
Finished strong there, Robert. That was good, and it's an amazing list of attendees. Mayor Horvath, I think you wanted to speak to this. Go ahead.
I did actually, and thanks, Rob, for coming in and explaining the kind of scale, if you will, and how the initial concept was kind of, the usual Festival of Friends, and then with the 50th, it just, well, I don't want to say, went like wildfire, particularly considering what's going on, but in terms of wildfires, but it certainly did catch hold, and that's kind of what my understanding, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, maybe I'm asking the question, is that what caught you off guard to be in a position where your budget didn't work anymore because all of these other artists from around Canada became interested and reached out? Is that the case?
Exactly. We obviously budgeted for Feist, we budgeted for Dallas Smith, all those kind of things, and we budgeted for the initial acts that we thought, Chantal Kriviatsak and Maestro Fresh West, and have them involved. But then it started to be, once we announced and agents and management started to see the lineup that we were building, they reached out and said, like, well, how can my artist be part of this? How can my artist be part of this? They want to do it. They don't want money. They just want to be part of it. And if we can build a night that has now become, in the music business and across the nation, something very special where people are flying in. It's just, we did extra support to get that extra night, because why not take the bull by the horns? This is a tourism night to remember.
Absolutely. And is it fair to characterize this evening as potentially an iconic event for the city of Hamilton?
You would be hard-pressed to find any night, and this includes the Junos, where you're going to have this much talent on stage in one spot.
For free.
For free on top of that. But I mean, even just a paid event. When was the last time there's ever been a paid event with 20 Juno nominated Canadian musical artists? And that's just growing as we are trying to make this thing happen.
Thanks. And just the final thing is the staff. I want to thank the staff from tourism, because they came and met with you, and we facilitated that meeting. But was there anything that you wanted to add that you haven't had a chance to articulate within the 5 minutes?
Well, I just think it's important to really remember what the tourism impact of the Festival of Friends is, what an iconic event it is. Bruce Coburn wrote a song called Festival of Friends about our event. Alan Cross, the great music podcast from Q107, he just hosted an event we did at Westdale Theatre, and I called him up and don't even know him and said, hey, I don't know if you know the Festival of Friends. He doesn't know it. I love it. He's writing an article about us. We're going to cover Hamilton City Magazine that's coming out. We are an event that I think the city of Hamilton takes for granted at times, because it's so, if you have the CN Tower in your backyard, why does it matter? You don't go to it. But I think the rest of the province and the rest of the country is really starting to understand that there is something very special taking place, and that we are a strong, financially stable, wonderful event.
Thanks. My last question would be this. Do you know that this year is the year that we've identified ourselves as the City of Music?
I was aware of that.
Oh, thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thanks, Mayor. Up next, Councillor Tattison.
Just curious about You said it says up there as a 2.5-hour event. We're flying like 50 people in to be on there. What's operationally? How's that going to operate? Like, you know, like, am I going to get a chance to hear the Glass Tiger sing, or am I going to hear Chantal Kreviak, or is she going to be blitzed out by other people trying to get their songs on? How are we going to operate with that?
So the main direction of the show is, and thankfully not all of them are flying in, some of them live locally or live within the Ontario, but think of it like the last waltz from the band, except it's not the last waltz. You know, you're going to have Blackie and the Rodeo Kings as the house band, and Chantel will come on and play 2-3 songs with Blackie and the Rodeo Kings. Then you'll have Glass Tiger come out and do a couple songs. Teenage Head will come out and do a couple songs. It's going to be like a Grammy tribute or whatever. Everybody's going to get their chance, and it'll be scheduled out. We're just working on all the songs and keys and all that kind of stuff.
Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Robert, we don't have any more speakers. As the Deputy Mayor, feel free to slide me a list of those names.
Awesome. Thank you.
Don't do that, please.
VIP passes
Everybody
for
here
all.
is just, they're dying for something like that. Don't do that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mover and seconder to receive the delegation. Councillor Crutch, Mayor Horvath, all in favor, show of hands. Thank you. Moving on to items for information, colleagues, I'll be a little more strict on these ones than I will on the delegations. I let ourselves expand our conversations there. We're going to tighten things back up and get this thing moving. No objections. We're going to move and saying to put items 7.1 and 7.2 on the floor as a group. I don't see objections. Mover, seconder, Councillor Crutch, sorry. Councillor Alex Wilson. Second, perfect. 7.1 is PED 26039 Arts Advisory Commission Volunteer Advisory Committee Transition. 7.1A is the correspondence from David Hudson, Hamilton Arts Council. Anything on 7.1? Moving to 7.2, CM 26002, Accessibility Committee for Persons with Disabilities Terms of Reference Review Timeline. Any questions? Seeing none. Show of hands, please. That carries. Thank you. Moving on to 7.3, PED 23005A, Economic Development Clean Technology Manufacturing Strategy. We do have a presentation from Clark Savoulain. Hopefully I didn't butcher your name. Partner in KPMG Canada Strategy and Economics, Infrastructure Advisory Practice, along with Begona Bernandez, Senior Manager, and Jan, oh man, sorry. Savaranathan, Savanfaranathan, sorry, Senior Consultant. Welcome, and are you introducing? Please introduce yourself and make it quick, please.
Good morning, members of council. We are pleased to present Hamilton's Clean Tech Manufacturing Strategy. This is an important piece of work for our team, led by Alfonso Principato, Business Development Consultant, who's focused on our manufacturing sector. This work also was supported by key members of our team and Trevor Imhoff with the Office of Climate Change. This strategy grew out of an earlier work completed by our manufacturing sector strategy and FDI strategy, which identified decarbonization technologies as a high potential area. The next step for this was to define what really meant for Hamilton and where the city should focus its economic development efforts. One important point in the clean tech is about not so much more than power, more than power generation. As always, our team is focused on investment in manufacturing facilities and job creation. And clean tech creates significant demand for industrial components, circular materials, and nuclear supply chains. All of these require materials and skilled labor. This is why we think Hamilton has a real opportunity, or where we think Hamilton has a real opportunity. We also knew we needed a strategy that was intended to ground in market realities, and that is why, and through a competitive process, we partnered with KPMG to support us with the research and stakeholder consultations and the development of a practical plan. At this point, I'm pleased to introduce Clark Savoulain, partner in KPMG, Canada's infrastructure practice, specializing in ESG strategy, integration, and due diligence for governments, corporations, and institutional investors. He brings more than 20 years of experience advising senior leaders on economic sustainability, infrastructure, and long-term competitiveness across North America. Clark will present the high-level findings and the direction of our strategy. Clark, thank you again and your team, and we look forward to your presentation, so thank you.
Thank you, Manager. Go ahead.
Thank you. Just want to get started with just some of the process that went into the strategy, which I believe is in your council agenda pack at length. But the names on this slide show the depth and breadth of folks we spoke to in Hamilton that supplemented the market research. Participation spanned industry, utilities, chambers of commerce, our post-secondary partners, other levels of government, port and airport assets, and clean tech firms themselves. And the key message building on that 2023 strategy that Jen mentioned really was that the clean tech opportunity is real for Hamilton. And stakeholders kept really bringing it back to that one word of manufacturing. What are the things that Hamilton can build to support this? What can Hamilton scale? Where can Hamilton companies deploy this technology? And so the strategy that we'll walk you through today at a high level really stems from that Hamilton first perspective with a market research lens wrapped around it. At the 30,000 foot level, really wanted to just sort of communicate the market opportunity presented by clean tech. Clean tech itself is still an evolving sector, the sector definition, so good proxies for it are things like the energy transition and energy generation. And there's two charts on this page that I wanted to communicate. The one on top shows investment in fossil fuel technologies in the light blue and investment in clean energy technologies in the dark blue. And what you'll see is that back in around 2016, investment in clean energy surpassed fossil fuels for the first time and really has just grown from there, while investment in fossil fuels has remained relatively flat. And so right now we're looking at about a $2 trillion opportunity worldwide with diverse markets. This is not just something being driven by Europe and their preferences for energy. It's not just driven by Chinese manufacturing. It's not something just driven by the United States and its incentives. We're seeing a real global opportunity here. And it has been a long time coming since last couple decades, but really around that 2020 time period, we saw it take off globally for a variety of reasons, public policy, one of them, but also just insatiable energy demand, as well as the whole commercial economics of clean energy has really changed, which has created this, this backdrop for parts and materials. To double click on what we mean and to get that next level of specificity, when most people think of clean tech, they think of maybe solar panels or EV chargers, and that's certainly a large part of it. The top two bars on this page really show that electrified transportation and renewable power generation are where most of the demand is stemming from. But what we're actually seeing as well is tens of billions, if not hundreds of billions of demand driven by grid modernization needs to support this energy coming online. Fuel switching for things like electrified heat, energy storage, nuclear power, clean industry, hydrogen. And the one thing that all of these technologies have in common is they need metals, they need motors, transformers, switchgear, heat exchangers, control systems, pressure vessels, on and on. And so one of the main things that we heard from stakeholders and thought was a real advantage of Hamilton was this isn't about making a bet on one technology or another. This is really looking deep into those global and national supply chains and seeing where does Hamilton have an advantage in bringing those materials and parts and components to market to satisfy that demand right here in Ontario and Canada, but globally as well. Taking it down to the next level of detail to Hamilton, really it's about fleshing out the value proposition of Hamilton and making sure that we're communicating that accurately and often to the market. And there was a lot of consensus around the strengths of Hamilton's value proposition here. And so what you're seeing on this page is our kind of just straightforward message that, we think that Hamilton is uniquely positioned among North American jurisdictions for clean tech companies looking to grow. We already have an advanced manufacturing manufacturing base connected to global supply chains. We already have a strong talent pipeline in applied sciences and the skilled trades, supported by numerous programs and incubators at places like McMaster University and Mohawk College. And we already have a coordinated innovation ecosystem that spans industry, research, and municipal leadership. So this strategy is really not about creating something new. We're not entering, a market here where we got to build things from scratch. It's applying that clean tech lens to already an industrial economy that's in place. And so for a company that's comparing Hamilton against other Canadian or U.S. cities, we think that this value proposition is a clear differentiator. I'll now pass the mic over to my colleague Begonia, who's a KPMG expert in FDI attraction and site selection, to walk us through at a very high level kind of what's in that detailed strategy.
Thanks, Clark, and everyone. So what we see on this page is our strategy on a page. This is the summary of the components of the strategy that were informed by the value proposition that we just saw, the stakeholder engagement and the market research. We have 4 main pillars that I'll touch on the next slide, but the main thing would be bring your attention to the areas of focus. What was really important for us is, as mentioned, clean technologies is an umbrella that includes different subsectors and technologies as part of this new term, an evolving term. But it was important the areas of focus to be aligned with Hamilton's stronger fit and where we see more investor momentum around the world. So these ones include renewable energy equipment manufacturing, energy storage, smart grid and electrification, industrial decarbonization, energy efficiency, nuclear energy, and circular economy. All of these with the focus on manufacturing, equipment, and materials, and how can we support those technologies to be adopted by the market. This strategy also identifies other technologies that will be on the watch list. Just as a reminder, this strategy looks at the 2026-2030 timeline. So additional continue to assess subsectors will include carbon capture, utilization and storage, alternative fuels, and bioenergy and hydrogen, as some of these technologies evolve and become more adopted by the market overall, and investment grows in those areas. If we go to the 4 pillars, these are really based on what we see Hamilton focusing and coordinating their effort. The first one is unlock clean technology growth and potential. So this is focusing again on Hamilton's strengths that already exist and then build on the manufacturing footprint that the city has. It's not choosing on every trend that exists. It's supporting business expansion and support, and act as the city acting as a convener and an ongoing conversation with industry to unlock this potential. The second is build a deployment-ready clean technology workforce. We understand how workforce development and job creation is really important for the city of Hamilton. This includes aligning training and credentials, supporting companies in finding this talent, particularly around specialty trades. Electricians and other trades are really important for this sector, and we need to focus our efforts on that. It's upskilling our current talent in order for them to be able to participate as part of this sector. Third is enhance investment and traction in clean technology. This is not only a marketing effort to position Hamilton on clean technology, but it's also building on the business case. Companies that already have a footprint in Hamilton are able to adopt these technologies, and this feeds the supply chain and creates opportunity to invest in Hamilton. It's also to diversify investment. As Clark mentioned, this momentum and investment we're seeing worldwide, so that would help also create additional partnerships with other countries that are looking to invest into Canada. Last but not least is work to remove kind of like infrastructure and approval bottlenecks. This is helping improve readiness around energy, land, servicing, and approval. Infrastructure for this sector is critical, and coordination to enable these projects as a city will be really relevant. As mentioned before, this strategy is not necessarily new. It applies and it further enhances the understanding that we had for the 2023 strategy. It also enables and complements other city and regional plans, as mentioned in this slide. These also builds, as mentioned, on stakeholders. The idea of this strategy is to provide target effort to allow to coordinate and focus the attention on the city in terms of economic development for manufacturing and clean tech. I would just close to say the opportunity in the market exists. Hamilton has a real opportunity to compete and help a clean economy in Canada. So this opportunity will need focused coordination and execution from the city, the industry, and other partners such as education institutions that are present in the city. The intended outcomes would be to enable job creation, investment in the city, a cleaner and more resilient economy, as well as a competitive manufacturing sector and a stronger supply chain for Hamilton.
And I'll just conclude with just a little more color as well from what we heard over the course of the strategy development is I think there's real awareness among the private sector and other levels of government that a lot of this is maybe outside of Hamilton's direct control. And so a lot of the role that people are looking for is for the city and organizations like Invest in Hamilton and the Office of Climate Change Initiatives is to play that connector, convener, enabler role because they sit at so many tables. They're coming into contact with so many different types of businesses locally and globally. And so this isn't about a strategy of decarbonizing Hamilton per se itself or looking for funding from Hamilton, but rather if Hamilton is looking to convert the $2 trillion market opportunity here into concrete jobs and investment, it can't treat it as a side of desk opportunity, side of desk activity. It has to have a coordinated strategy. And so what you'll find in the document in your pack is that level of detail to guide those actions of Invest in Hamilton and other city partners over the next 4 or 5 years. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Clark and Begonia. I appreciate your presentation. We do have a speakers list started, so we'll, if we can take the presentation down, I believe Councillor Wang is up. Go ahead, Councillor.
Thank you for your presentation. I truly appreciate this information. I sit on a variety of different boards that speak to this. So I have a couple of questions. Actually, leading off with your last comment there, Clark, which was talking about how this is a coordinated strategy, but there are things that are outside of City of Hamilton and Invest in Hamilton's sort of realm. So I wonder if you could just give us a little more information on the last pillar, which is working to remove infrastructure and approved bottlenecks. A big question is around how do we enable and unlock infrastructure deployment when we're kind of at the whim of things like Electra or the IESO or even like the planning and regulatory environment. It's not like we can just wave a magic wand and immediately have a district energy system appear. So can you just unpack that for me a little bit?
Clark?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I should communicate this was a real pain point or frustration for many of the businesses, as Councillor you have mentioned as well. It's a frustration for the city. I think just unpacking it in order to scale this manufacturing to deploy these types of products on local businesses, it is going to require more electricity and more power supply. The amount of land available near these sites for, say, on-site generation or behind-the-meter generation is limited. And so unless Hamilton is another voice pushing as a shareholder in Electra or pushing the IESO as a large economic hub within Ontario, that's going to hold back development. And that's something that's a lot harder for a small business, a startup, or even a large business to push on their own. And so there was a real desire when we said, what can Hamilton do to create these jobs? A big one was, push on that particular topic. Something more within Hamilton's control that all cities wrestle with is just the speed to build and permitting and approvals that are within a municipal control. Obviously, this capital is highly global and fluid, and so there was a real advice of, I think from the private sector, we'll work on the innovation, we'll work on the job creation and that. We need you to work on making sure we can move as quickly as possible when we do get inbound inquiries for site selection or expansion.
Councillor Wang?
Okay, so supplemental to that then is there are things that are within our realm of control. So like thinking about it from zoning, planning, and holding provisions and all of that stuff. So I was trying to find that information in your 58-page appendix and report. I think I need a little bit more to help us understand how we can actually implement and actually facilitate exactly that point of like, how do we make us attractive in such a way that we can like, if we don't have to worry about the innovation aspect of it, but then the fact that we want them to land here, what are the levers and the points that we might need to really look at in terms of making us investment ready?
Yeah, so the ones that bubbled to the top or there was the most consensus around were really things, like I mentioned, continuing to work with the ISO and similar agencies around energy system planning and clean technology deployment. So in that, the role of the city is definitely more as a supporter. Another was the role that the city could play in perhaps demonstration projects, advancing pilot projects, things like district energy or energy storage, industrial waste heat capture, things like that. Further exploring opportunities to engage owners of brownfield or legacy industrial sites for potential expansion, feasibility studies. These are on page 27 of the actual action plan. And then, sorry, I can't quote the page number, but in kind of the current state analysis, there'd be more background on what some of those things that came up the most often.
Councillor?
Last question through you, Chair, is a question around grid modernization. Again, that's kind of outside of Hamilton's control, but it obviously is a very crucial part to how we actually enable something like this. So what is your thought process on how we might engage, say, Electra? Because Electra's asking us for a lot of money to help them with that capital raise, that grid modernization, and it's obviously crucial to this strategy. So how do I reconcile that?
Yeah, I think the way that I would think about this, and fortunately it's not unique to Hamilton, as the global economy is needing to replace legacy electricity systems to adopt electric vehicles or electrified transport. It's something that everyone is wrestling with, particularly how to pay for it. And so, you know, I think communicating with Electra and the ISO and others is probably what's required for electricity systems planning. I think where this strategy, which is not an energy strategy, it's not a clean technology adoption strategy, but more of a manufacturing strategy, is to recognize just all the different types of components and skill sets and workers that are needed, whether that be here in Ontario or elsewhere. And that's really the market opportunity, is what are those businesses here that are already adjacent to that market opportunity that could grow into it, or those programs at McMaster and Mohawk. So it's more on the manufacturing ladder side than I think it is energy systems planning.
Councillor, second time or?
Second time, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, we have Councillor Maureen Wilson.
Good morning. Thank you for your presentation. I appreciate Councillor Wang's questions, which I think I heard you say in summary. In order for us to be competitive in this realm, we need to be predictable in our politics, advanced and efficient in our approvals, and ensure that we do everything that we can in order to attract and retain the talent which will enable a flourishment of this. Did I get that correctly?
I think that's an accurate summary, yeah.
Always Hamilton's challenge. If I could then, specific to talent and retention, your engagement with post-secondary, are you able to assist a little bit in what they may have identified as a need and how we could or may assist in that regard?
Yeah, I'd say the most challenging issue for post-secondary was just the timing challenge, right? That they need lead times to understand from business what talent businesses need. Then they need enough demand to put together a program, right? You need a lot of students to make that economically viable, and then to attract more students or use that to attract businesses. So I think the main thing that Hamilton can play in that role is being that connector of organizations like Invest in Hamilton are talking to these businesses every day and understanding what it is, the talent they need. That's vital information and data that, say, Mohawk and McMaster, among others, need to kind of be on the leading edge of that. And then as well, vice versa, can Invest in Hamilton or the city play a role in communicating to business that these programs exist? Things like the Mohawk College School of Climate Action and the various nuclear energy, for example, programs at McMaster. It's more that communicator and connector is really what we heard most from the post-secondary partners.
Thank you. And just so I'm clear, I think the report hints that given our industrial and manufacturing legacy and presence, we have an advantage or an opportunity, but I'm still not clear. Who are our competitors in this regard? Through the chair.
So I would say within Canada, the GTHA Windsor corridor is definitely already the strongest, down to things like the NextEra battery plant down in Windsor. So in Canada, I think we're well positioned to capture that investment. Right next door, though, is Michigan with the Ann Arbor, Lansing, Detroit triangle. Yep. The most Department of Energy funding to a legacy conversion manufacturing base has gone to that state of Michigan. And so I think that's probably, if you're looking to locate, you're deciding between us or across the border in Michigan. Zooming out a little bit further in North America, there's certainly what's called the battery belt in southeastern United States. So going from that kind of Georgia, Tennessee, Carolinas, kind of Atlanta through Chattanooga up through Raleigh, lots and lots of investment in batteries and other clean tech. Sorry, I'm overemphasizing on that. These states are very aggressive, lots of funding, tons of greenfield sites, very affordable, and so we see a lot of global investment going there. Other big competitors for this investment would be like Texas, so Gulf Coast, yep. Through Austin, Dallas, San Antonio. You're seeing the most demand there. I mean, Texas is bringing the most clean energy on board. They're very innovative, no income tax. And then finally in the Southwest kind of solar corridor, battery corridor, you've got that Arizona and Nevada, Reno kind of area, which is also really reinventing their economy. And so these are places, ironically, red states or places you might not think, but they want jobs, they want investment, and they're willing to move super quickly to get it. And so I think as a Canadian, I think that's, obviously invest in the success here, but this strategy is just a start, but I think a lot of advantages as well for Ontario. So it's good.
Thank you for that. Well. Thank you. I've been reading about the battery belt, and I have a family experience of, ironically, in Texas, someone in our family from a blue state being attracted because of new investment ongoing in Texas. So they're a little conflicted due to their politics, but they're going to go with where the investment is. Thank you for your report.
Thank you, Councillor. Up next, Councillor Alex Wilson.
Thank you. Through you, Chair, I think my first question is for the consultant, and my second question may be for either consultant or staff, depending on, that. Just a very short kind of preamble from me. I think there's two types of maybe economic development we want to engage in. We might want to audition, for example, to a big company. So we might want to say, we have lower costs, we're easy to do, it's great to do business here, we're the same or better than everyone else. We may also talk about our competitive advantage. We may say we're unique than everyone else. We're not like everyone else. This is why you should come here, pay more, do this differently, et cetera. I feel like this strategy does a really great job at the first bucket of identifying where we may be not as competitive or how could we do further. Could you walk me through the regional scan and some of the local work you did to help me understand where you identified what our strengths were? Because I think a big part of this is focus on your strengths. I'm not necessarily seeing those strengths repeated back in that kind of hyper-local context where it's not just that we're beside other folks that are doing this, but does, for example, our escarpment mean something when it comes to hydro storage for batteries? That's something that not everyone has an escarpment. We already have water pipes pumping up it. There's infrastructure there that is unique in a really specific Hamilton, whether it's geography or social fabric. Could you just tell me a little bit more of the review and how you found those unique Hamilton things that are reasons why people should invest in Hamilton because it's Hamilton, not, the other thing, which is also important. For sure.
Yeah, and through the chair, it's a great observation. I would say this strategy is lighter on some of those things for the reason of it's meant as a supplement to that broader manufacturing sector strategy where a lot more of that was fleshed out. So in this current document, you'd see those things like called key enablers for growth, you know, our labor and skills availability, our proximity to the United States, our municipal and regional policy alignment. Those are in a lot more detail in that 2023 document. Similarly, the Economic Development Action Plan as well is another supplemental where it's meant more to get that. This document was much more to solidify back in 2022-23 when Invest in Hamilton identified the market opportunity of what we called then decarbonization technologies. Now, what is clean tech, you know, if we switch that term, what does that mean for Hamilton? Recognizing it might mean something different for Mississauga, it might mean something different for Calgary, let alone for Korean conglomerates or European firms looking to expand in North America. So for right now, it's in that strategy on a page, slide 7, the bottom left. The detail of that is much more in that other document, with the exception of where there's things of like what are the specific skills programs or workforce needs related specifically to clean tech. That's probably why it feels a little more over-indexed on that.
No, thank you. I'm just trying to make sure I understand what work was done to see if it's kind of reflected, so that it helps clarify. Other two questions, and I lump them together, is we also buy things and build things as a city. We're not just a regulator, a planner, or kind of a real estate agent of vacant land that we're trying to get developed. We buy building materials, for example, when we do public construction or we support the construction industry. I don't see any mention of green building materials, but there's only, for example, one CLT plant in Ontario. It just opened up. That's a big kind of Canadian sector where we're doing lots. Could you maybe touch on where building materials kind of fit into that conversation? And similarly, just trying to understand as a purchaser, like Hamilton Water, for example, buys lots of chemicals, not something people often think about, but is definitely in that clean tech, your chlorines, et cetera. Was there a consideration about nearshoring or looking at where we're a large procurer of things and how that could be something where we look at, yeah, any clean tech is great, any investment in Hamilton's great, but if we're also buying millions of dollars of this product every year, maybe we'd have a different incentive for that company to relocate here versus the one we're not buying from.
No, it's another good point. The strategy is probably a little more explicit on local businesses, you know, large industrials buying that and being a source of that demand. There's no doubt that the city could be as well. At the risk of giving a processy answer, I do think that's where some of those other overlapping strategies, the climate action strategies or others, you know, would identify more of those types of opportunities. I will say, you know, leading by example, I think is what kind of you're referring, or using your purchasing power is leading practice. It's what a lot of cities, whether we advise or others, do. I think at the municipal level, the big challenge that cities face is just how do you reconcile looking at, say, the full life cycle cost or full life cycle benefit of that when it does not come in as the lowest price. Right, so many of these things pay off over a time period, and many constraints on municipal budgets or municipal decision makers is lowest price now, and so that's where you find challenges in doing that type of procurement. But I would say that it is certainly something we know other global cities and Canadian cities are doing. Sorry.
Just to complement, I think you touched a very important point that we heard in the stakeholder engagement too, right? Like companies that we interview want to participate in procurement with the city and be able to offer like the products they manufacture, the services, et cetera. So there's definitely an opportunity to build on that and be able to service the city along with like doing some of their technologies or products are still kind of like earlier in the commercialization stage, and they're willing, like, how can we work with the city to prove these in a pilots projects that then will help us bring these to industry, and that would mean more jobs and more investment for Hamilton.
Thank you. Really appreciate those answers.
Thank you, Councillor. Up next, we have Councillor Brad Clark.
Thank you, Chair. Just a few questions. Can I get a better understanding of what you heard from the companies that you were consulting with about the City of Hamilton's processing time of site plan applications and or zoning applications? How does that enter their concern for getting business into Hamilton?
Thank you. I'm trying to recall any specific examples.
I think it was more around kind of like timing and.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I can't hear everyone.
I would say like we can go back to the specifics of the stakeholder engagement, but a lot of the commentary was around kind of like being able to get approvals faster, as the industry needs to also, like as it's in developmental evolution, they would benefit for having kind of like faster processes. There were also mentions around kind of like coordination with different city departments. So sometimes like as they have to go through process that touch on different departments or different people, that could be further streamlined and enable as a city as a whole to be able to make those solutions work faster.
Yeah, that was actually my second question. So you've kind of answered that, the de-siloization, if you will, of the city of Hamilton, trying to get all of the departments together when an application comes in to expedite it. I have heard from companies that when they're looking for investment opportunities, they want decisions fast. Every day of delay in a site plan application costs them money because obviously they're investing in what they're doing. So if we don't get things done quicker, it costs them a lot of money. So they look to municipalities that can do things quickly. Comments on what I heard? Is that a fair assessment of what you have heard?
Yeah, totally agree with that assessment. I've helped companies do site selection and market entry for over 10 years. And that's something that we see always as a pain point. And it's not exclusive to Hamilton. We'll see it in other Canadian cities, particularly with some of these companies that are looking at the US and Canada. The ability to move fast in some of these permits, in some of these incentives, in some of the conversations that we have with government can really lean the scale to one or the other.
Thank you. And I think that's something we need to work on consciously as a municipality. With respect to one aspect of your report, and unless I'm mistaken, I didn't see it anywhere, artificial intelligence was not mentioned in your report. And yet I'm hearing from industry leaders that they're now using artificial intelligence for the commercialization of their product. So not only do they use it in the design phase, but they are also using it for commercialization. So I was curious why it wasn't mentioned in this report.
Yeah, it's another good question. The main reason was to avoid duplication or double counting of things that might be covered in other strategies or other priorities. So what you'll see in the back of this strategy is if we're trying to measure clean tech jobs or measure clean tech companies, what do we consider that? And it's much more, I don't want to say bland, but sort of more traditional kind of components of the economy. And so it was really trying to get down into that. You don't see AI described as a clean tech, technology in too many of these strategies. It's certainly a driver of demand. I mean, it's the insatiable demand. But if Hamilton is trying to decide what does clean tech mean for us, what types of companies would we move quickly for? How do we define that? AI, I think, is more of an enabler, like good infrastructure, as opposed to considering good infrastructure as clean tech.
Thank you. Last question, Chair, if I may. Yep. I reviewed the previous strategies for the city of Hamilton and compared it to this strategy. They seem to be more iterative than a brand new epiphany as to something that's new here. So I'm struggling a little bit because what I'm reading is very much similar to other documents that the city of Hamilton has produced in other strategies. So bearing that in mind, then what's the difference here? What's the difference in terms of what you believe the city of Hamilton should be doing that they haven't already been doing? I mean, I look at the Invest in Hamilton website. It's very, very clear. It's open, and our staff are constantly relating to other companies around the world trying to draw people to Hamilton. So what's new in this report?
Thank you. Through the chair, it's really the level of specificity, Councillor. I think if you look at that, as you were saying, that 2023 manufacturing strategy, I think there might be 2 pages on describing what those decarbonization technologies are, the opportunities. Those are kind of frozen in time a couple years ago. And so what this is really meant to do is get to that next level of detail. So we've gone from that high level, okay, potential sector of decarbonization technologies to saying, what does that mean? That means renewable energy equipment manufacturing. That means energy storage technologies. These are the industry classifications for what those mean. These are the national occupational classification system tagging for what jobs are in there. So that consistency is definitely intended to align. It's not intended to be a brand new direction. It's meant to give Invest in Hamilton and the other city partners more of a foundation as they're thinking now in the next couple of years of how do we create KPIs around this, which trade shows do we go to, how much is clean tech already embedded in our messaging versus a net new addition. This document is meant for the playbook of that. And so hopefully when you read this strategy, it's significant detail on clean tech that was not there in those prior life sciences sector strategy, goods and movement strategy, or in any of those other supplemental ones.
But to be clear, the strategy to draw business to Hamilton has not changed. We're already doing that.
Is that a question, Councillor?
Yes.
Clark, would you like to try and answer that?
No, I agree. I think Hamilton's doing a good job at attracting investment, having a presence on the global market scene, the national scene. I think where Hamilton can continue to strengthen and enhance its approach, and what we certainly heard from businesses was, really zeroing in on playing connector between folks who need these technologies or need these materials and people who make them. People who have skilled workforces with applicable, skill sets to new adjacent parts of the economy to play connector there, to make sure that when we're in Germany or Japan or these other areas, we're making sure that when you think clean tech, you're thinking Hamilton. You're not necessarily thinking just the Battery Belt or the Gulf Coast Triangle and the like. And so, this is not meant to change direction. It's meant to get to that next level of detail and specificity.
Thank you very much.
Can I put you on for a second time?
No, he's answered. They've answered all of my questions, and I thank them very much.
Thank you. Councillor Rob Cooper up next.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the presentation today. My questions are really focused around your value proposition. So when you look at your value proposition, I was shocked to see that Redeemer University wasn't part of it. So maybe give me a sense of why that would be the case.
Through the chair, I apologize, Councillor. Which university, sir?
Oh, Redeemer University?
Okay.
Yeah, I usually think of Hamilton as a three higher education, I'll say, institutions: Mohawk College, Master University, Redeemer University. So when I read your value proposition, the way you phrased it here, I was surprised I wouldn't see that on the list. Could you explain why that is?
Yeah. Sure. Through the chair. That's not meant to be intentional or any disrespect to Redeemer University. I think brevity is probably the explanation.
Is it something that we could update?
I think so, yeah.
Okay. Another question around your value proposition that I was surprised about. So when we characterize the skilled trades, we characterize it within a higher institution setting. But one of the real strengths to Hamilton is the fact that we have, as you know, Hamilton Brantford Trades, 14 affiliates. Yeah. They now have training centers where they can take, in a lot of cases, either young people or mature folks from other industries, say automotive, and in a very short period of time, have them scaled to be able to function in the trades. And so when I looked at your value proposition, I would have thought that might have showed up here, but it didn't. And so I see that as a real strength for Hamilton because we can really take and pivot a workforce in a very different direction very quickly. And so why would that not be showing up here as well?
Thank you. Through the chair, again, brevity is only the answer of that. Where a lot of the strategy deals with a lot of that, and we heard from more, is more Appendix C of the document, the labor force overview. And I think what you're referring to, that kind of short cycle upskilling and kind of adjacent things. So the strategy is definitely intended to cover that, and we do see it as a real advantage for Hamilton. We heard that. The skilled trade shortage is a real bottleneck for this globally. We think Hamilton has a lot of value to add there, but in kind of creating a more marketing sweeping, high-level door opener type sentence. It's already quite long run-on sentence. That's really the reason why that level of detail is not in here. Yeah.
Would there be an opportunity to maybe wordsmith it a little bit and work that in?
Through the chair, I mean, I think that's the type of feedback that Invest in Hamilton is looking for from this session and others. So that would be really helpful. And I think particularly in those types of opportunities where that's going to really be a differentiator or a mover, we want to make sure that the Invest in Hamilton team and other city organizations know to put that front and center, because it is different from us and others.
Thank you. Yeah, I just see it as a real competitive advantage that we have, even when you look around Ontario, but you start going into a broader jurisdiction, being the U.S., they just don't have those opportunities to pivot a workforce like we do. So I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you for the great work you've done here.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Wang for a second time.
Thank you. I just have a question around nuclear. So nuclear is sprinkled throughout this whole strategy. We do also hear that McMaster is interested in building out their nuclear capacity at their campus level, but then that also flows a lot into our life sciences strategy, radiopharmaceuticals, and I think nuclear is interesting because it's a bit of a cradle-to-cradle kind of burgeoning industry. So I wonder if you can expand a little bit upon that and how that fits within this clean tech strategy, please.
Yes, absolutely. So nuclear was one of those ones that was on kind of the edge of strategy development. Super important, probably deserving of its own economic development strategy and plan. But just the scale of the opportunity in Canada's leadership and Hamilton's leadership is obviously enormous. Extremely long value chains with lots of opportunity in basically any part of the economy that you can think of, and then a real head start here in Ontario for Hamilton to continue to build on and attract more investments. So nuclear definitely came up in the research and from consultations in a big way. You mentioned other tangential benefits of nuclear energy research and development, such as its application to medicine and the life sciences. Those are covered in other strategies than this one. But I think while there are drawbacks to nuclear power in say things like the spent fuel, it is broadly considered clean tech for the emissions-free electricity that it generates, and seen as definitely something that Hamilton should be trying to seek to attract more companies and grow companies within that very extended value chain, and just the amount of money that Canada is going to be spending on nuclear power.
Okay.
Councillor?
I am truly appreciative of this strategy. I know how integrated it is with the other strategies. I kind of wish that there was like a bit of a flow chart. So because it's really hard to sometimes see how they fit and work with each other. Because from an outsider's perspective, I worry that we start to see all of these strategies as standalone strategy when in reality, they actually nest within each other. So I wonder if at some future point, as we're message boxing this, maybe it is around showing off that there is a greater plan at play and all of these fit into that sort of larger strategy. Thank you. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Those are all my questions.
Thank you, Councillor. Up next, Councillor Nan.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. And just picking up where Councillor Huang left off in terms of integration, I'm wondering, I did read through and scan the stakeholder list, and I'm just curious about appreciating the sectoral industry engagement. Clean tech is something that matters quite a bit to a lot of our residents. And there's been conversations around other economic development strategies throughout this term of council and previous term of council, talking about the role of the public and defining the not only stakeholder, but also then return on investment. Was there any contemplation about that from the perspective of, land use for large scale manufacturing, what then needs to be there's conversations within the report about incentivizing and making the path very clear for development for industry, for green tech industry. But from the perspective of what is the benefit of that for our municipality, it's beyond economics, right? And we don't often quantify those components. And I'm just curious about that. As you know, we talk about triple bottom line quite often in integrated economic models. How do you see that fitting into this strategy? Or is that something, again, that goes back to the larger umbrella strategy? I just feel like this one is one that's capable of delivering outcomes that can be articulated that way. Any comments on that?
At the risk of giving another process answer, the explicit reason why public consultation wasn't integrated in the same way that industry and post-secondary and government consultation was at the same time a lot of that consultation was going on for the Economic Development Action Plan. And so agree with all of the statements and the interplay there. It was kind of more covering a different initiative per se than defining this. And maybe just one other observation is, again, all of that is true. I think this was meant less for how does Hamilton itself say decarbonize or solve some of those other challenges and broader priorities that you mentioned, and more on how do we attract investment and create jobs, a more traditional economic development lens for this one specific part of the economy. So that was more the scope of what this document, building on the 2023 manufacturing sector strategy was, as apart from other ways of delivering on many public policy objectives.
Appreciate that. And any consultation with Indigenous communities, as both locally, we have a relationship there, right? The Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation, for example, taking on industrial companies here in our industrial sector. There's been a really interesting development in terms of the Indigenous communities playing a direct role in the future of industry and green technology and clean technology. Was there any stakeholder engagement on that front?
So we didn't have participation from those groups in the sessions that we had or the invites we had. We did have Hamilton's Office of Indigenous Relations or Consultations, apologies if I don't have that name right, attend one of the focus groups to help communicate that perspective.
Councillor?
No further questions, thanks.
Thank you. No one else on the speakers list. Clark, Begonia, thank you very much. Manager Patterson, thank you as well. I don't believe I got a mover and seconder, did I? We'll start. Councillor Cassar, Councillor Alex Wilson. Show of hands to receive. Thank you. That carries.
Thank you.
We're moving on to 7.4 CM 26014 Digital Accessibility Progress Update. We have a presentation for Jennifer Curry, Jenke, Senior Project Manager, and Bonnie Large, Manager of Web Strategy and User Experience. Please come up. And just before we get started, a note to our colleagues and staff hoping to get through all these items and break prior to items for consideration. Hopefully that is before 1 o'clock. Thank you. If you have any problems, take it up with the mayor. Oh, she's not here. Perfect. So we're good. Whenever you're ready, please proceed.
All right, good afternoon. That's correct. Afternoon. I'm Bonnie Large. I'm the manager of Web Strategy and User Experience, and we are here today to provide an update on some significant progress that we have made in the digital accessibility space. So we are working towards our compliance with the AODA legislation, and today our focus is really on accessible documents. So many times we've heard from committee, council, staff that we have too many PDFs circulating. We're here to address that problem in terms of how to make things and information and access to our information easier for all users, especially those within the accessibility community. So how do we get here? So we have entered into a extended compliance agreement with the Ministry for Seniors and Accessibility in 2023, and we've been working back and forth with that group to ensure that our web content does meet their legislative requirements. And so that entails going back and forth with creating an action plan of what are some things that we can do within our city what kind of processes, governance, training, building capacity within our own staff complement that we can do to achieve that goal. We do have a deadline of the end of this year to be able to meet that target, and we're on track and we're on progress to deliver on that, and so we're confident in making that happen. But that also included not only getting our leadership on board, but having to hire some expertise in this area in order to be able to train staff, work with the ministry to understand where some of the gaps were, how to interpret legislation, things like that. So why does this matter? It's all about creating equitable access to the services and information that we have. Our city's website is our major piece of real estate in terms of providing information about our programs, services, just governance information to our residents and community. It supports inclusive, modern government services and reduces our legal, financial, and reputational risks. It also aligns with some of our council priorities around our responsiveness and transparency, so prioritizing our customer service and proactive communication, and again, modernizing our city systems. So in an assessment of where we kind of stood in current state, less than 1% of our public-facing documents pass accessibility criteria. And so when we're looking at this, we're going back with our kind of historical legacy documents as well as some of the stuff that we're putting out to date. And there's about an estimated 7,000 PDFs, documents on hamilton.ca that do require some action. So PDFs are our highest risk for non-compliance. And our goal is to transform how PDFs and documents are created. So again, hearing that comment that we do lock away a lot of information, because for staff it is easy for us to produce something in a PDF, but it's not necessarily the best or most effective way to communicate some of our information to our residents and community. So we're looking at building a scalable, sustainable approach that integrates accessibility and quality at every stage. It's really about baking in accessibility as a best practice into all of our work. It's not just a compliance check mark. It's looking at building capacity within our workforce, how they approach projects, how they approach building documents, building programs, building services online, things like that.
I've included a picture here of a gentleman holding up his mobile phone with the City of Hamilton website on it. We know that 70% of Hamiltonians access hamilton.ca on their mobile phone, and HTML, the way a website is built, is much more responsive on a mobile phone versus a PDF document, which includes the user having to download a document, which increases the digital divide for individuals who have a low bandwidth or an older cell phone that doesn't have the capability of downloading and storing those documents. We see that this has an impact across other municipalities. Document accessibility is a common issue, and we've noticed it in several different municipalities who have also entered compliance agreements with the Ministry of Seniors and Accessibility, including Gravenhurst, Sault Ste. Marie, the City of Mississauga, and Ottawa, just to name a few. Through the Ontario Network of Accessibility Professionals, or ONAP, we've identified that documents are a difficult and area that we have, all municipalities are focusing on, but we have gotten little direction from the ministry as to how they are determining accessibility and compliance. So through the Association of Municipalities Ontario, or AMO, they are going to speak on the municipality's behalf to clarify the expectations and testing methodologies. We are taking a strategic approach. So our first phase is to prevent new issues. So as of May 1st, as of May 4th, all new documents must be accessible if they want to go on the website, so that we have a base to start from and know that any of the documents that are on the website are either legacy documents or they are new documents that are accessible Phase 2 is to reduce our document volume. So beginning this month, we are going to be asking different departments to determine which documents are out of date or no longer current, and can they be removed from the website. So it's our archive and removal phase. Our phase 3 is our remediation of our existing documents that will be remaining on the website. What that means is that we may move them into HTML versus PDF, or we will make those PDFs accessible. Our goal is for compliance and sustainable practices by ensuring that our staff are able and have the skills and knowledge to create documents accessible from the beginning, but also to understand the best format for communicating to the public and our residents in order for that to reduce our PDF usage, but also increase our transparency by having content in HTML in a more responsive way that residents can access that information. Progress to date, we have over 550 training participants have registered for the training. We've had 200 participants take a variety of different training sessions in Q1, and our digital accessibility staff have spoken at over 30 department meetings. We have 100 staff members currently signed up for the Digital Accessibility Community of Practice, and 9 staff members and 4 community members recently spoke at our first Global Accessibility Awareness Day, or GAD, in May of 2026. And during that time, over 100 city staff participants attended GAD over 4 days. In a survey of our community of practice staff, 94% of them support accessible documents, and 79% report improved practices in 2026. Staff reported appreciation for consistency and report applying practices to internal documents as well. Under the AODA, we are only legislatively obliged to ensure the public-facing documents are accessible, but we know with 39% of Hamiltonians identifying some barrier to access, that implies that our city staff also have access to barriers. So making our internal documents voluntarily accessible is a benefit to the city. Staff also report understanding for change, but would like more leadership support. Our organizational strengths include improved consistency using accessible templates. You may have seen this in your reports that you're getting, in your presentations, increased transparency with improved searchability through web-based content, a growing understanding of accessibility as a core service delivery, and a strong demand for policy of digital requirements, plain language guidance, training specific to roles and responsibilities, practical tools, and hands-on support. And that's sort of foreshadowing everything that's to come. Accessibility has a bigger, broader impact, though. Accessibility is also an opportunity to update and implement our branding guidelines. We have a new content style guide that includes accessibility and plain language. We have improved privacy of documents, so documents that are on the website that include private information are now being handled and moved through myhamilton.ca, which is improving the security of documents. We are providing a more updated and rigorous way of archiving our documents in the event of another cyber attack, and transparency of information to ensure up-to-date communication and data analytics. This aligns with our City of Hamilton Digital Standards, which was published in June 2025. Our broader impact of digital accessibility, although we are focused on documents at this time, this will now move to, in the future, to our websites and applications, to our procurement processes, our internal systems like SharePoint, our communications, both internally and externally, as well as meeting events and customer service delivery. In order for us to be successful, we require training and capacity building, continued development of standardized templates and centralized tools, sustained leadership direction, departmental accountability, staff engagement, staff capacity and prioritization, and integration into everyday workflows, as well as vendor-supported remediation and our content reduction and policy development, including plain language and digital accessibility. We have ongoing monitoring that will continue, and we will update Council as needed. We've made strong progress in capacity, resources, and skill building, but our most critical work is to come in the following 2 quarters. Our deadline is a major milestone, but not the end point as we continue to work towards accessibility and long-term goals, and this requires embedded accessibility practices. So we will be coming forward with 2 policies that are part of the compliance agreement, a plain language policy and a digital accessibility policy. Our next steps include training for staff and adoption of our policies, continue embedding digital accessibility into workflows, begin archiving and removal outdated documents, as well as large-scale remediation of our legacy documents. We will continue to monitor progress and risk and report back to Council for policy approval. I just wanted to end with a note from one of our members of our Accessibility Committee for Persons with Disabilities following the Global Accessibility Awareness event. He indicated, "Congratulations on all of the work you are doing in an effort to enlighten city staff about the importance of accessibility, whether digital or otherwise. It is because of your work, effort, and approach that change actually arises. So on behalf of all persons with disabilities, whether they know it or not, thank you." And thank you for your time.
Thank you, Jennifer and Bonnie, for that presentation. And Councillor Crouch, go ahead.
Thank you. So this is something I've been pretty passionate about in my time here, especially around plain language and accessibility. There was actually a course offered to city staff at one point from internal systems here, so folks could learn more about that, and we're hopefully on the way to getting a plain language implementation. You mentioned that in your presentation. What's the plan in terms of working on that draft? Like, who are you working with on that? What are the standards you're going to be using? What's your approach?
Through the chair, so for the plain language policy, we are referencing the new Accessible Canada Act's plain language standard. Although the Accessibility for Ontarians with Disabilities Act follows plain language standards, they actually don't have one in it. The very first standard Accessible Canada Act developed was the plain language standard. So they have done a lot of community building. They have the nothing about us without us approach to developing their standards. So that is our beginning first step, is in our research and development. And then we're working with our communications teams to develop the standards so that it meets the city's needs and incorporating all of the different and unique areas of the city of Hamilton. And then just last week or 2 weeks ago, we provided a half-day training session to our communications staff to ensure that our approach is active and compliant with the work that they are doing. They are going to model it before we implement it.
Are you working at all with the Adult Basic Education Assistance Program, ABEA? ABEA, sorry.
We are not. However, my background is as a professor of 20 years. I was the coordinator and developer of Mohawk College's Accessible Media Production Program, in which I taught the Inclusive Communication and Plain Language program.
Amazing. I've taken some courses on the subject and worked with ABEA when I was doing literacy tutorship work, and I think that regardless of your expertise, I think it's worthwhile bringing a community partner into this discussion, because I know they have some invaluable insights that are not necessarily captured, frankly, in the federal regulations or in other regulations that at the end of the day are going to help people who have those literacy issues be able to access these things. In terms of the website itself, I will just be very frank. I think that it's not in good shape. I'm glad that you're doing what you're doing to make sure documents are better, because documents are a big problem. But we have kind of 3 different issues with the website. One, we have an archived website or an older website that we have up for archival information, which is kind of a nightmare. We have the current website where it's getting access to the information at the core, gaining access to the information isn't really readily available because the search function doesn't really work properly, meaning the Google search indexing function works at an infinitely better rate. Of course, they have more servers than we do, but we should be able to index our internal website at a scale that's as good as that. That, to me, is the #1 thing I hear from residents is I go to the city's website, I'm trying to find something, and I can't find it. How is that being prioritized as part of this?
Through the chair. So, yes. While PDFs are searchable, that is #1 of the problems of why people can't find information, that we do lock away a lot of information in our documents. One of the other problems is that those documents are not necessarily tagged with metadata to be able to pull those search results easily. So yes, that is on the radar. It is in our efforts to kind of remove and replace some of that information into HTML. It will inherently improve our search results as well as part of some of this pilot program as well. progress is that we are hiring an on-site developer so that we're no longer reliant on vendor support, which is costly. The turnaround times is not exactly fast. So somebody dedicated and on board to be able to look at that and help us not only look at our website as a whole, but how we present and tag and metadata our information.
That's the best news I've heard in this entire presentation. I've been advocating for that for many years. And before as a councillor, we need to have someone in-house to be able to develop content management systems and to be able to triage and address issues at a programming level if we want our website to be able to respond on an ongoing and sustainable basis. So that's really encouraging to hear. My last comment is just about the searchability function, about cost. So we now have software applications that can actually quite, outside of AI, to be clear, that can quite easily, through optical character recognition, pull and mine information from PDFs so that it's searchable, right? And we see that all the time when we're using Google to be able to access something and it's pulling PDFs up. Is it that it's a cost barrier for us to implement that kind of technology here right now? Is it that we don't have someone on site to help with the programming aspects? Like, what's the barrier there? Because I know the technology has existed for quite a while now. So what's the barrier for us, even when we do have PDFs that people want to search?
Through the chair, all of the above. So it is a people, process, and technology barrier. It is costing, it is the skill set, it is the behavior change, because so many people contribute to information and content on the website to be able to get them to consistently provide that.
Thank you, and thank you for all of the work that you've been doing on this program, and I hope we hit the deadline. Can you explain to me, please, the PDF issue? I'm not fully understanding. The PDFs, when we have reports to council, for example, those documents, and I've maintained this, those documents should not be changed once they're received by council. So how are we archiving that information to ensure that when people are going to the website that they can find those PDFs?
Thank you. Through the council, through the chair. Sorry, Deputy. Am I getting that right?
Yeah.
That's all right.
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
So a PDF document can be made accessible if it's created right from the beginning. So we have worked with staff to develop new templates for reports so that the reports are being created to be accessible in Microsoft Word, and then when they're saved to PDF, that they're an accessible document. For our legacy documents, we will go into an existing PDF and tag it in the back end and make it accessible for individuals who use screen readers. Visually, if there's changes, we can't do it in the back end after the fact, but we are taking a more proactive approach and making the reports accessible right from the very beginning.
Thank you. You mentioned a couple of times reduced document volume.
Yes.
Could you explain that a little bit better for me?
Yeah. So rather than, say, putting something in a PDF, if it's just text, it would be better suited to be in HTML on the website, because then it has reflow capability. It can reformat itself so it can be readable on a mobile device, a laptop, a desktop computer, or a tablet. For information that is located elsewhere, such as in eScribe, we would link to the document rather than duplicating it. And for information that is vitally important to be shared through PDF, then we'll be making the PDF accessible. We have put together a document decision tree for staff so that they can follow through on the best practices. For example, if you have a PDF form that you're looking to have personal identifier information, rather than making it a fillable PDF that the public downloads and then has to upload an email, which is very insecure, we're having it built out on myhamilton.ca instead.
Councillor?
Okay, so I think what I heard is we're not eliminating any documents. We're archiving them, but still making them accessible to the public. That's the goal.
Yes, at no point in time will we remove any document or not make it accessible. If a document is removed from the website but located elsewhere, the public will be made aware of how to get access to that document.
Thank you. Thank you for your work.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. No one else on the speakers list. Thank you for your presentation. Do we have a mover and a seconder? No. Councillor Francis, Councillor Beatty. Show of hands, please. Thank you.
Thank you.
Up next, I will ask for a mover and seconder to put items 7.5 and to 7.9 on the floor as a group. Councillor Alex Wilson, Councillor Clark. Any discussion on 7.5, 6, 7, 8, or 9? Now's your chance. Councillor Cooper, what item would you like to speak to? 7.5. Okay, let's start. Oh, sorry, didn't see that. Councillor Alex Wilson first, then we'll come back to you, Councillor Cooper.
Thank you. It's the same item, so I think we'll get there either way, appreciating that. I just had a quick question, mostly just trying to understand the data set. So sometimes there's 2024 data in the reports, sometimes there's 2025 data in the reports, but a lot of the times when I'm looking in, or some of the tables I'm interested in kind of stop at 2023. So I'm wondering if maybe just verbally, the number I was looking for was the ratio of access to housing waitlist to housed. A percent number was shared for 2025. I'm just wondering if some more detail on 2024 and 2025 could be shared.
I see Director Baird up top. I don't know. Go ahead, Director.
Through the chair, Michelle Baird, Director of Housing Services Division. So with respect to the discrepancy in numbers, Councillor Wilson, it depends on what the most available data we have, depending on the item being described. And so in some cases that is 2024 data, and in some cases it's 2025 data. I wonder, with respect to the ratio you're looking for, can you just clarify for me one more time to make sure I'm giving you the right info?
So on Appendix B, there's a table near the end on page 17 of 18, which looks at from 2019 to 2023, the number of households on the centralized waitlist, and then the number of households housed from the centralized waitlist. In other appendices, there are values shared for later years. So it's not like the data is not included in any of the reports. It's just not included in one place. So these kind of 4 or 5 years are there in a trend, and there's ability to see a trend, but the most recent 2 years are referenced at points, I believe, but aren't just in that trend picture. And so I'm just trying to understand. My understanding is that we went back to a roughly a 10, 11% ratio as opposed to the 15% ratio that we had maybe been in 2 recent years. That's more, I'm just trying to get a confirmation on what that trend line looks like.
Director?
Through the chair, so that particular ratio and the numbers used, the years used, was just based on when the appendices were pulled and when we did social housing reports. With respect to the trend line overall, the challenge with the ATH data is that the numbers of people housed is really tied to the numbers of new units that we're able to build. And so there is variance in that year over year, I would say. And the other piece that drives the trend line, which makes it hard to be a trend, is that there are individuals who are in RGI units who become ineligible for RGI housing, but stay in the unit so it moves to a market unit. And as a result, the unit doesn't open up for someone to move into. So it's a really difficult one to show trending on.
Thank you so much. In answering that, my next question was kind of answered, which are what are the trends that influence, or what are the things that influence this? Just noting for me that there's consistently been every year, with the exception of 2021, but nearly over 6,000 folks on the access to waitlist list. In some years, there's 1,000+ folks being housed off. Every year, there's upwards of 600 folks being housed. And so just speaking, maybe a comment from the director on, can you tell me what does that say about the increasing rates of new homelessness versus people being housed or access to housing? Like, is this a static issue or is the issue continuing to grow? And what does this kind of tell us about that?
Director?
Through the chair. So the access to housing waitlist doesn't necessarily reflect the numbers of people that are experiencing homelessness in the community. The access to housing waitlist includes people who are housed. They could be inappropriately housed. They could be seeking new housing. There are individuals fleeing violence, for example. So that number doesn't necessarily run parallel, I would say, to people that are experiencing homelessness. We are and we continue to have people housed annually, both off the access to housing waitlist. We also see people housed annually from homelessness. So I know that there is a sense that there is no housing or there's limitations, and that's certainly true. Affordability is a huge issue, but we know that each year we're still seeing people are getting housed off the access to housing wait list, certainly at a lesser rate than we would like. And monthly we see 30 to 40 people that are being housed from homelessness. So there is outflow, if you will, from the homelessness system. There's also people coming off access to housing wait list. Just the numbers of individuals, unfortunately, that are coming into homelessness outpace that number.
And final question from me. This report suggests that income assistance, namely social assistance rates, is the single largest factor in terms of inflow into the system, is one of the observations of this report.
Through the chair, that's correct, and that was noted through the point-in-time count that income alone and the ability to afford housing is one of the primary drivers that's driving people into not having access to housing.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Up next, Councillor Cooper.
Thank you, Chair. Through you to the Director, I believe. So we just wrapping up our 5-year plan and launching a 10-year strategy or plan. What lessons have we learned from that 5-year strategy plan that we just wrapped up? And how did we apply this in our new 10-year one that we're just launching?
Director?
Through the chair, thank you for your question, Councillor. So we did just wrap up our last 10-year plan, and through that, a significant portion of work happened through the COVID period. And so it both limited the work that was happening, but also COVID in and of itself caused a lot of housing precarity for individuals in the community. And so the other piece through that last plan, I would say, is that it was somewhat aspirational, and there needs to be a balance between providing aspirational targets for ourselves as a community, but also realistic targets and realistic plans to achieve the targets. This particular plan, a lot more planning happened through engagement directly with people who are experiencing homelessness, who work with individuals who experience homelessness, or people who have had lived experience. So very much focused on engaging with folks that are most impacted by the plan and the outcome of the plan. So I would say a couple of things with respect to learnings, to more engagement than had happened previously, and the plan is concrete in with respect to what we want to achieve from the perspective of the city, housing services, and what our goals are.
Thank you. And are there any directions that we did in our last 10 years that we're now walking away from, or alternatively, new innovative approaches we're taking in the next 10-year plan? If you could just give us a sense of what that looks like.
Through the chair. So there's nothing that we're necessarily walking away from. Okay. I would say to you that this plan very much is targeting those 4 priority areas, and we've talked about these here with council before, in that as we continue to see people experiencing homelessness, it's important that we not just focus our efforts on emergency response, but really move upstream into a place where preventing people from experiencing homelessness before it happens. And this term of council has certainly invested in tenant support programs that support that kind of work. We're also looking to invest, like I said, prevention and diversion, but also in continuous quality improvement and looking at the services that are out there and how do we continually see those services grow and change to meet the needs of the population. The plan is an evergreen plan, meaning that it will be updated annually, and then there's an intensive 5-year, at the 5-year point, there's a significant review that happens. So lots of ability on our part to continue to develop this in a way that's meaningful for the community.
Thank you. And through you, Chair, this morning we had a presentation from James Kemp where he was talking about the idea of, if you think of it in terms of people groups, those with disabilities, and not being broke out separately. Could you maybe give us your thoughts on why that's the case, that isn't broken out, and speak to maybe his concerns that he had this morning?
Through the chair. So with respect to individuals who are looking for accessibility to be built in, We did include community feedback with respect to disabilities, and you'll see in the report that it is noted that, in fact, we do in Hamilton lack the numbers of needed accessible units to meet the needs of those individuals on the wait list. And within priority 3, which is back to that community continuous quality improvement target, that an action item in that piece is to develop an inclusion, diversity, equity, and accessibility framework specifically for the work that happens in housing services. So we know that this is a population that needs to be included. And as we go forward, what does that look like?
Thank you. And through you, Chair. So just recognizing that there was a need expressed today where it sounded like the gap wasn't being closed, at least that's the impression I had. And the fact that we currently aren't directly focused on it. Is this something early days, like right now, that we could pivot and address in our plan instead of actually the plan that communities got concerns with and we knowingly don't have focus on? Is that something that we would consider doing?
Through the chair, yes. So within the what's been noted in the plan is that we do have a lack of affordable, accessible units in Hamilton for those individuals that are on the wait list. Through the work that the Housing Secretariat does, we do work to try to include and increase the number of accessible units that are being built. This has been a gap for some time that we are aware of, and really it's in the development of affordable housing where we need to focus that effort.
Okay. Councillor, should I put you on for a second time or?
Just one last
Yep, last one. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you to the director. Going forward, as you provide the regular updates on this, could that be an area that you would also update us on specifically, just so we can keep an eye on that going forward?
Through the chair, yes. Happy to do that.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Up next, Councillor Brad Clark.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to ask some questions about 610, page 6 of 10 in the report.
7.5 still?
Yes, 7.5. Yep. Thank you. Sorry about that. Yep. It highlights very clearly the funding gaps that we have. And if I'm reading it correctly, the City of Hamilton is currently funding 75% of the total investments in housing and homelessness. How are we getting any additional money from the federal government or the provincial government? Because it looks to me like the costs keep going up, but we're not getting any additional support. Can maybe the director address that?
Councillor, we're going to start with the GM first. GM Mader.
Through the chair to the Councillor, Grace Mader, General Manager, Healthy and Safe Communities. Councillor Clark, thank you very much for that question. I mean, that is the fundamental challenge that we have and that we've been grappling with year over year. The answer short is no to both. Particularly Michelle Baird and her team have pulled together a graph that really demonstrates the stagnant amount of money that we've been receiving from the other levels of government and how the municipality has had to step in to fill that void. And we know that that has been a challenge repeatedly for this group to try and tackle. So yeah, I just wanted to jump in and say that, and Michelle can maybe give some more detail.
Director Baird.
Through the chair, yes, thank you, Councillor Clark, for your question. So when we look at the provincial funding, it hasn't increased. We've had the same allocation provincially since 2023. So during that time, though, the numbers of people experiencing homelessness in the city has increased tremendously. We're going to come back to you with a report with respect to shelter, the homeless system transformation in July, and at that time I will go through with you the year-over-year counts and information with respect to people experiencing homelessness and where we are with respect to housing. And through that period of time, our provincial allocation has not changed, and we've received the same allocation. It's the Homelessness Prevention Program funding annually. So, for example, in the 2022-2023 year, we had in total, so not on a month-to-month basis, 3,000 individuals that experienced homelessness in Hamilton. This year, 2025, 2026, we had 4,000 individuals, 4,018. Through that time, we received the $28 million from the province on an annual basis.
And that 28 million seems to only go up by the cost of inflation on an annual basis. That's my rhetorical statement, but factual. Can I ask, the city of Hamilton in this report spent $191.6 million, so you might as well say $192 million on housing and homelessness. That figure, can you break it out in terms of what's capital and what's operating? And the reason I'm asking, Chair, is an earlier sentence in the same report. It talks about that while we get the capital funding for affordable and supportive housing, we then have to come up with the operating costs, which is further impacting residents who are already amongst the highest in the country for property tax burden. So can I get an understanding how much is capital in the 191 million and how much would be operational?
Director?
Through the chair, yes. So of the 191 million, and of that, 130 million is coming from the municipality. Of that 190 million, approximately 17 million is going towards affordable housing. So those are the capital costs, basically. We have another approximately 90 million that goes to social housing. So that's the RGI, the operating costs, if you will, for the RGI units. And then shelters are assuming approximately another $50 million of that. And so the majority of that money is not capital dollars, those are operational dollars.
Councillor?
And that's really important to highlight, Chair, because we're adding significant burden to the property taxpayer, primarily because the province and the federal government won't assist with the operating costs of social housing. And I think that would be a fair statement. Can I just get a yes or no from the director?
Director, yes or no?
Through the chair, primarily that budget does come from the municipality for social housing.
Thank you very much.
Yes or no, but I'll allow it. Councillor,
it was as close to a yes as I could get. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. Up next, Councillor Maureen Wilson.
I don't have any questions. I have a comment.
Please proceed on 7.5. The item we're talking about. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. Just my comment. I am appreciative of the 4 points of focus, particularly 1 and 4. 1 being prevention and diversion. We had an earlier presentation this afternoon about accessibility of language in order for folks to be able to understand sometimes the complexity of issues. It would be my hope that our communication efforts will clearly state that income policy is housing policy, full stop. We cannot achieve 1 and we cannot achieve 4 in the absence of that. To that end, and to make my point, when we look at total welfare incomes from social assistance recipients, we know that the majority of people, individuals and families on social assistance live well below not just the poverty line, they live well below, there's an actual definition and measure of deep income poverty. And those include single parents, all single parents measured with a child. Couples with 2 children are living below deep poverty. I would hope that when we're having conversations about the competitiveness of this province, how we define public safety and the outcomes, and when we lean into real housing solutions, if we continue to neglect an important part of the conversation about income assistance, we're going to continue with the crisis unfolding, particularly in our older urban cities, but not exclusively, because at Roma, we've been hearing about the rate of homelessness growing in rural areas. So this is across the province crisis. So that would be my request in our communications. I'll say it again, income policy is housing policy. Thank you for your work.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Councillor Clark, on the same item or a new item? You're on mute, sir.
I always say some of my best things when I'm muted.
Appreciate that.
Could I ask the clerk a question with regards to how we're handling this report? The recommendation is that we receive the report. But in the past, our housing and homeless action plans, the council has endorsed. So this is now a 10-year action plan, but we're simply receiving it. So at some point in the future, is the report coming back to be endorsed, or should this be endorsed now?
Thank you, Councillor. I'm going to go to the director first, and then I'll come back to Elsie Kelsey. Director.
Through the chair. So for my portion of this, Councillor, so the report, so the action plan itself has been received and approved by the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing. We're happy to have it endorsed. It's coming to you as received from our perspective because it wasn't necessarily for approval.
So because the province has accepted it as a 10-year action plan, we don't have to accept it. We just receive the documentation.
Director?
Through the chair, that's correct from our perspective to operationalize this. I would leave it to council from there.
Councillor Clark, so are you saying if we wanted to send a letter from the mayor's office on behalf of our council endorsing our plan to the province, is that what you're looking for?
No, it just seems odd to me that we're receiving a strategic action plan for something that is within our control. The province is approving that action plan. They're not paying for it. And we're just receiving it. So it's very confusing from that standpoint. I'll leave it at that, Chair.
Okay. I don't have anyone else on the speakers list. We have a mover and seconder for all the items 7.5 to 7.9, and we need a show of hands. And hold on, sorry, just 1 second. We going back to an item? Okay, we have a speaker on 7.9, the Mayor's Task Force on Transparency, Access, and Accountability. Go ahead, Councillor Cooper.
Thank you, Chair. Just a question on 7.9. We see under financial considerations that it's all been baked into the budget. Could someone highlight for me how much this is costing us?
Is there someone here that can provide the answer? Yeah.
Through the chair, Kim Andrevez, Manager of Continuous Improvement and Customer Experience. The information report before you doesn't have any budget impact. We're not requesting any money.
Councillor?
I understand that, but it says here that there is a financial impact because it's been approved in the operating capital budgets. So just asking for it to be broken out as to how much it was in those budgets representing this particular item.
So how much we've spent to date?
Or how much is the budget? How much have we spent to date? Exactly.
So how much is the total budget that was allocated and what we've spent to date, please?
Okay.
Your microphone was, there you go, you're on.
Through the chair, we can take that away and get back for you. We'd have to break out because it's pieces of people's work plan, but we can get that to council.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. No other speakers? I'm looking online, don't see anyone. Okay, show of hands again. And that carries. Thank you. We are going to break to lunch till 1:30. Please be back at 1:30 so we can get this thing moving and over with. Thank you. Good afternoon. Welcome back to the General Issues Committee meeting for July 8, 2026. We are on items for consideration. 8.1 PED 26126 multi-year service agreements. May I please have a mover and seconder to put the item on the floor? Councillor Beatty? Oh, sorry. Councillor Alex Wilson, seconded by Councillor Beatty. Discussion, please. Or not. Perfect. Electronic vote. Just give us a second. I believe this is our first electronic vote of the day, which means we'll need 43 seconds, or we don't. It's up. Must have did a test vote somewhere in there. Vote is up. Please vote. Yes. Councillor Nan, are you able to vote? Mayor Horvath? This is on 8.1, the multi-year service agreements. Yep. That's a thumbs up from the mayor. Yep. Just waiting for the tally. And that carries 14-0. Thank you. 8.2 HSC 26041 jurisdictional scan on emergency shelter access and intermunicipal coordination. There is a confidential appendix to this item. I have been asked by some members to defer this to the in-camera portion. So if someone would like to move that, I'm okay with it. So is there someone that, Councillor Cassar, Councillor Francis. So this vote would be to defer this item till after the closed session portion. Electronic vote, clerk? No. No, show of hands. And we're good. Okay. Moving on to 8.3 PED 26116 annual allocation of City of Hamilton's municipal accommodation tax funds. Mover and seconder to put this on the floor, Councillor Alex Wilson, Councillor Taddison. I believe the mayor, I don't know if this is when the mayor's making her amendment, but we do have a speakers list. We'll start there and then we'll come back to you, Mayor, at the appropriate time. Councillor Kutch, please go ahead.
Thank you. I only have one question about this and just getting a better geographical understanding of how we collect these funds. So my basic understanding of this, as not an expert in this tax policy, is that we collect these taxes, right? And in some manner, and they're collected from somewhere. Where are they primarily collected from?
Director Abbott.
Good afternoon, Lisa Abbott, Director of Culture and Tourism. To respond to the question through the chair, currently this tax is collected from visitors who come to Hamilton who stay in hotels, and there is a 4% tax on their hotel bill. We have an agreement with an organization called ORMA, which is the Ontario Restaurant and Motel and Hotel Organization, that collects this tax for many municipalities in the province. Once they turn over the money to the city, 50% of that money is directed to this city's tax reserve. The use of this tax reserve is governed by a policy that is cited in the report, and the other 50% is turned over to the Hamilton Tourism Development Corporation. Councillor?
I thought so. Thank you. So my understanding, generally speaking, is that most of the hotels where this money is collected are downtown. Is that a reasonable assumption to make? Or maybe not.
Director?
Through the chair, it is collected from all of the hotels that are in Hamilton. There are a concentration of hotels in Hamilton. However, there are hotels in pretty much scattered across the city.
Do we have a sense of where the allocations come from primarily, or what the balance is? The reason I'm asking these questions is because we had for many, many years a community benefits policy that was similar to this in a certain kind of way. It wasn't a tax, but we accumulated funds in a community benefits policy, but we didn't look at the equitable distribution based on where those funds came from. So we sometimes would do things like, well, we have this fund of money, we're going to just spend it over here. Meanwhile, it was all collected over here. And so the impact of that activity is happening here, but the money's being spent over here. So I'm just trying to understand if we have a sense of where the money's being collected as a whole and where it's being spent as a whole, and if it's making sure that the benefit and the impact are equal? That's what I'm trying to understand. I'm not saying you have all the answers today. I'm just wondering if you have a sense of, are we measuring that? Are we thinking about that before we start actually spending this money?
Director.
Thank you. To respond through the chair, I would say a significant portion would come from the hotels that are downtown because there are more of a concentration. And then as a result, also many of these investments also go towards the downtown as well. Many of the items that are in this particular report are for events. Some of them are citywide and some of them are more specifically in the downtown. We do not do a mathematical calculation to sort of do the allocation that you are talking about, but staff can absolutely respond to give you some of that data should you wish. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll follow up offline and maybe even ask at some future date if this can come back as part of the reporting. I'm not saying it should be exclusively spent exactly where the impact is. I just think we should know that transparently and understand it, right? Because I've seen these policies like this in the past that have gone, as far as I'm concerned, off the rails disproportionately in that way. I don't think we want to keep the rails on this to make sure that it's not happening disproportionately. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Maureen Wilson.
Thank you, Chair. I have a question with respect to some of the points raised in the attached correspondence, if that question is in order now or later.
I think it's all part and parcel to the same discussion, so I would suggest we tackle that now.
Okay, thank you, Chair. I'm always very appreciative of this residents' engagement and the questions that they ask. In this case, I do think we owe a response to some of the points raised. So I believe, if I'm reading the correspondence correctly, the first one is, what do we receive in return in terms of an account of outcomes and measurables? Is there anything that we ask for when we provide money?
Director.
Thank you. To respond through the chair, for the event that was cited in particular, Doors Open Hamilton, a communication update was provided to Council on May 25th that provided some information regarding the outcomes of Doors Open. What was reported in that was that over 22,000 participants participated this year. We increased the number of sites. Additionally, we were able to, because of the Architectural Conservancy of Ontario used to organize and execute this event up until 2025. In 2026, we were notified that they would no longer have the capacity to do that, and so the city assumed the responsibility to organize and deliver this event. And so those details were included also in that memo. Since that time, we have also done a tourism regional economic impact report on the Doors Open event. And I can report that over 1.5 million was reported in total visitor spending for that event that happened in May of this year.
Thank you, through the chair. I love Doors Open. I guess specifically, perhaps that event was used as an example. So could you speak to whether we ask for outcomes from those who are in receipt of the tax revenues?
Director.
Thank you. To respond through the chair, we will, staff will provide feedback through communications to council on many significant events. For example, there is one coming forward shortly on the impact of the Juno Awards. We don't do it for every single one because there are a great many events that the MAT tax has supported in the past. Having said so, staff can absolutely put that as a regular report back to council.
I think that would be appreciative if you could consider that. I think we've had a lot of discussion about these are worthy investments, but residents are wanting to know that they're getting value for those investments, and some sort of public measure, I think, would also uphold the value that we're trying to communicate publicly. I think the second item that has been raised by the correspondence is this as a non-property tax revenue. Are we going to be including it in, excuse me, in tax budgets on a go-forward basis? If you'd like me to read the sentence, I can do so. I would like to ask council to also consider providing finance staff with direction that this revenue stream be reflected in our tax budget going forward, in keeping with how we make the slot revenues transparent to the public during the budget process. Does that question make sense to you?
Director?
To answer through the chair, I do understand the question. Right now, the revenues do flow through Tourism and Culture's budget, so it would be reported annually. However, if it is specifically pulled out as those other revenues do, I would need to turn to my colleagues in finance to understand how those were reported for us to be able to do the same.
Acting GM Pereira, can you give us a comment on that, please?
Through the chair, Clayton Pereira, Director of Revenue Services. Certainly, in principle, that would be something that we would be comfortable doing, but I would have to go back to Director Weaver in order to ensure that that is something that we can put forward as part of the 2027 intake process.
Okay, thank you for your kind consideration. My recollection is a bit fuzzy, but I do believe during the last budget there was a motion which seized upon some of the reserves in in that program and used it as an offsetting. And while the committee may have had access to that knowledge, I think it would be good for all of council to have access to that knowledge of what is in the reserve, and so it's clearly visible in the budget documentation. Thank you for your kind consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Up next, Councillor Beattie.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, and thank you to the Ward 1 Councillor for fleshing out some of the questions and the correspondence. I do appreciate that. Hopefully it makes my speaking time a little shorter and more succinct.
Just closer to the microphone, please. We can't hear you.
Got it. My apologies. I'll try not to whisper. Forgive me if it has been stated somewhere. I'm still coming back to like the net purpose of what we're doing. The investment of the MAT tax back into our economy in a way to stimulate something. So we have people that stay overnight, they pay into a pool of 4%. That money then, to my mind, would be used to try to stimulate more people to stay more frequently, to just like a perpetual motion machine, just continually trying to attract more people to spend more time within the city of Hamilton overnight. It doesn't necessarily reflect in some of the directions that are given here, in my opinion. And so I'm just wondering, from a high level, Director, if you could delve into where does staff see this being used? Have I got this correctly in terms of what I would understand the direction to be, or do we have other uses for this tool that maybe are less clear and harder to measure? Because I do think that it is important to have a measurement device when we make an investment. What do we have to show for it at the end? And it's not abundantly clear to me where that all lies. I'm wondering if that's clear and if you can offer a little more alliteration, please.
Director, clear question.
Thank you. Through the chair, I will try to respond. I think you had two questions. The first question, I would refer you to the Municipal Accommodation Tax Reserve Policy. It provides the measure for what that particular reserve can be used for. If I can quote a piece of it, is to provide for the financing of tourism promotion and development of tourism and tourism-related products and activities. So it is very generic. I would say that all of the items that are brought forward for funding requests were measured against criteria that would strengthen Hamilton as a tourism proposition, not necessarily a direct line to bringing more folks in, some more than others. And then the second part of your question, in terms of measurement, we certainly, we do an annual report through the Hamilton Tourism Development Corporation. However, we do not do an annual report on the city's reserve of their MAT taxes, and if so directed, we can certainly do that.
Okay, so it sounds like, and I'll give credit that this is an early program. We're in the infancy of the implementation, so they could be considered a work in progress. But maybe in future, there's an opportunity to have a little more discretion about being a little more surgical pinpointed in some of the application of this and in the collection of data to ensure that we're actually meeting the objectives. And it sounds like we'll get there. Just to build on, there was an earlier conversation in terms of clustering of accommodations in a particular region. I think I heard you say that maybe we could get a little more information back at some point in the future about where that cluster is. But I'd also like to see if it's possible to understand, just because the hotel room is in location X doesn't necessarily mean that all the increase in spending is in location X also. Somebody could stay in a centralized location within Hamilton and spend the morning shopping in Waterdown, go to Summit Station for a tour, and come out to a winery in Ward 9 or Ward 10 in the afternoon. All of these things could happen, but it doesn't necessarily reflect where in the city they're staying. So I'm wondering if there's any way to get a little more information at some point in terms of where the spend is versus where the accommodations are, how that all kind of packages together. Is that a possibility through the chair?
Director.
Thank you. To respond through the chair, I would ask your consideration to be able to take that back and think about what kinds of, how deep a dive we could do into the data. We have been working on collecting data specifically around debit spend around the TD Coliseum, for example, and that information will be coming forward shortly. However, we have learned it is tricky to find the direct line between where folks are staying, what they're spending on. But there are tools that are available to us. So if I can take that back to come up with an appropriate response. Thank you.
That's great. Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Beattie. Councillor Clark, you're up.
Thank you, Chair. Just a couple of questions for me. How is this program audited by the city to ensure compliance with the program and to ensure that the money is flowing the way it's supposed to flow?
Who wants, Director, you want to take that, or?
Yeah, I can start.
Sure.
Thank you. To respond through the chair, the collection through from ORMA through the hotels, as was previously commented, this program was implemented in 2014, so it is still fairly new. We do have checks and balances in place. As I say, because we have this third party who is collecting on our behalf, it enables us to have a little bit more checks and balances. Once the money flows into the city, then of course it's subject to our own audit and processes and procedures. If I could ask my finance colleagues if they have anything to add.
Director, Acting GM, a lot of titles today.
Through the chair, I'm in support of the comment that has just been made by the director. But further to that, I just also wanted to get clarification. Is the intent of the question on the monies coming in through the hotels and motels, or is it the monies that has been spent on the various individuals or organizations that are receiving the funding?
Councillor Clark.
So if this is a city program, Chair, then we would want to ensure that the taxes are being collected appropriately by the hotels and then remitted to this organization, this third-party organization, and balance those so that everything is accountable for, so we know exactly where the funds are going and that the city of Hamilton is getting their appropriate share of those funds, and that the funds themselves are being spent on programs to ensure tourism. So is any of this audited?
Thank you. To respond through the chair, a formal audit process has not yet been put in place. I will say that ORMA does do the collection for multiple municipalities across Ontario. It has standardized processes that are in place, including automated systems. I would ask if I could go back and come up with a more fulsome answer regarding how an audit would take place.
I would appreciate that, because as it stands right now, the money is collected and distributed to different people, and we are taking it all as gospel without actually having anyone reviewing those items. You mentioned checks and balances. I'd like to understand exactly what are the checks and balances for the program.
Director?
Thank you. To respond, I would like to get back to you with that response, please.
Much appreciated. The last question that I have, and it goes to the decisions that are being made as to how the money is flowing. So I'm trying to understand the adjudication of if they are grant requests, or are these self-initiated funding proposals? How do you come up with the spending of the city's money for the accommodation tax from the accommodation tax reserve?
Thank you. To respond through the chair. As previously mentioned, we are guided by the policy of how that money is spent. On an annual basis, we review what are potential projects that would be a fit for funding from this reserve. The Doors Open event has not had consistent city funding in some time. It was felt that this was a good candidate for this particular reserve because it does attract an audience from outside of Hamilton and is also a well-loved and well-established event here within Hamilton that many Hamiltonians participate in on an annual basis. The second piece, again, there is no other funding source for events like National Indigenous Peoples Day or National Day for Truth and Reconciliation. As part of the city's commitment to reconciliation, it was also felt that these events would also be a good fit, strengthening Hamilton's reputation and commitment towards reconciliation. The third event is a potential exhibition pop-up space. This is something that is being done in collaboration with the downtown revitalization strategy. And again, this was also thought to be a good fit as this particular event is still in development and has potential to be a significant regional tourism attraction. That event in particular, we are also pursuing sponsorship and grants for, and I'd like to call attention that the funding is up to that amount. We do have sponsorships and grant goals for this event so that in the best case scenario, we would not spend up to that amount. The fourth request is to support, we had a very successful year this year with the Junos supporting the music industry from a capacity building perspective. Much of that funding came through the money that was put together for the Junos, and this is funding that we want to continue in order to continue to build that capacity in the creative sector on a year-over-year basis. That incubator, those incubator pieces help build the city's cultural infrastructure, which is looking to future-proof us to ensure that we continue to have a vibrant cultural environment here. The last piece is for the Hamilton's Children's Museum, and that is to allow greater community access to this museum, which attracts both locals and folks from out of town. Thank you. I hope that covers off.
It covers off what we're approving today, but I'm not sure again what's the matrix for making the decision. When I look at the actual purpose of the accommodation tax, it's for the financing of tourism promotion and the development of tourism and tourism-related products and activities. I'm not sure I would argue that all of the items in this recommendation meets that goal. And I'm trying to understand how we are reaching out beyond Hamilton's borders to bring tourists to Hamilton.
If I could comment, I don't know I would say that through the tourism strategy, we have a lot of recommendations within that strategy that are not just about bringing folks in from 40 kilometers outside of the city. It's also about creating an environment where people want to spend money and explore their own city and be tourists in their own city. And many of these items are really geared towards that goal. It is documented in the tourism strategy as well as the business plan for the Hamilton Tourism Development Corporation that the city's reserve could also be used to target enhancing quality of life here in Hamilton for residents. And so that criteria was also taken into consideration. Thank you.
I appreciate that, Chair, and I won't belabor the point, but there are several of the items here that I would question, and I would question whether or not, what's the definition of tourism? And I'll take that offline with staff, but we should be drawing people to Hamilton who've not been here before, drawing them to the natural beauty of Hamilton. Promoting Hamilton is something more than the old steel bucket image, but the fact is that when you're in Hamilton, you're literally 5 or 10 minutes away from a natural area or a forest. Those items would draw people in. Our arts, our concerts that are there do a good job of that on their own, but we really, I don't see much, I guess, macro tourism in this program as it is written today. But I thank you for everything that you've brought to us. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Cooper.
Thank you, Chair. Just a question for the interim general manager of finance. We see here some 2027 earmarks. Is this our standard process for earmarking things, approving them before a 2027 budget?
Director.
Through the chair, it's something that I may have to take offline. I'm not sure if I can provide a response without speaking to the appropriate staff. As we enter the 2027 budget intake process. So I would have to take that back.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Seeing no further speakers, we're going to go to Mayor Horvath, who I believe has an amendment to the recommendations. We will put it up on the screen, Mayor. Whenever you're ready, go ahead.
Thanks very much. I appreciate that. I did send around the amendment last night, and a couple of councillors reached out. I appreciate that. I'm not going to read through the amendment. It's on the screen, and everybody on council has received it, to my knowledge. And you heard from Rob Rakosi this morning.
Just one sec. We're waiting for it to get on the screen here.
Oh, okay.
I don't want to be called a liar because I said it's coming on the screen. It's not there.
Nobody would call you that, Deputy Mayor.
I know, they call me worse. But anyways, moving on. Here it's on the screen. Go ahead.
Okay, and so thank you for that. And so as you heard from Rob Rakosi this morning, this is something that was unexpected in terms of the nationwide response of musicians and artists that want to be a part of this iconic festival. And so obviously with this new pressure in terms of getting people here, etc., an unexpected expenses are being incurred. And so I would say just as per what he has said, this is very much part of Hamilton's history and lifeblood when it comes to our music scene and our arts and cultural scene. I'm sure members around the table, around the Horseshoe, have been to this particular event many times over their lives, and it's something that we should be not only really proud of, but supportive of, in my opinion. And so I'm hoping for the support of the councillors. I don't think we want to miss an opportunity to have that kind of a draw. And apropos to the statements or the discussion that was just had in terms of the recommendations overall, of course, this is something that will draw not only tourists but also artists from who knows how far and wide. The expectation is much further and farther wide than in previous years because of the 50th anniversary and also the closing event on the final night. And it is a multi-day festival, as folks may know, and so it's something that people will come for and maybe stay for a couple of nights to participate in, seeing various acts because there's such great headliners throughout the whole festival. And there's much more than just that, right? There's a midway and there's all kinds of things for families and for individuals to enjoy. And so again, it's historic, it's tourist, it's a tourist I think draw for sure, and it's also not something that was expected in terms of the scale, and that's why I've got the motion here and why the Festival of Friends reached out to see if there was anything possible. And as I said earlier, when Rob was here, we certainly did have a meeting with city staff to kind of get the explanation from him as to kind of what was happening, why this was the situation that, the festival's coming fairly soon, and why was this financial kind of jeopardy, this financial jeopardy in front of them. And as you heard that explanation both from him and from me just now. So I would hope that in the Year of Music, with the City of Music and the understanding of what music does for our tourism, as well as just the reputation and the, the kind of the way that our city has changed in terms of past perhaps concepts of what Hamilton may have to offer. I think we're in a very, very positive time in terms of changing our image and changing how we're seen. As Councillor Clark certainly said, around things like environment, forests and waterfronts and harbors, etc. But also in terms of our arts and cultural scene. And I believe this is exactly the kind of thing that this fund can be utilized for. And again, I'm sure if it was anticipated, an application would have come in. But as Rob said, their normal budget was covering what they would normally see as their festival, and fortunately, really, in some ways, the thing has blown up, and that's going to be to the benefit not only of Hamiltonians and of Canadian and local artists and vendors, etc., but also, I think, to the benefit of our city at large. So I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, Mayor. If you're talking on any other item, I'm going to take some time off your next speaking minutes. Is that okay?
Sure.
I'm just joking. Don't answer that. The amendment's been moved. Seconder, I don't know if you said a seconder, Mayor, or you're looking for one.
I'm looking for a seconder, yeah.
Councillor Cassar, Councillor Pauls, Councillor Clark, there's a bunch of them that would willing to second, but Councillor Cassar might be the first name I mentioned. So go with that. No speakers. Electronic vote? Electronic vote.
Thanks, everyone.
The vote is up. Councillor Nan, are you here? No. Okay. That carries 15-0. And on the report as amended, same mover and seconder if we don't have one. If you have one, perfect. We'll go to the vote. Vote is up. And that carries 15-0. Thank you. 8.3A, correspondence respecting report PED 26116. Mover and seconder put the correspondence on the floor and accept it. Anyone? Councillor Tadison, thank you. Councillor Francis, show of hands. That carries. Thank you. 8.4 DSCC 26-003 Downtown Subcommittee Minutes dated June 11th. Mover and seconder. Councillor Crutch, Councillor Alex Wilson. Any discussion? Seeing none, we'll go to the vote. Oh, sorry. Sorry. Hold that thought. Go ahead.
Very briefly, just.
Sorry. There you go.
Thank you. Just very briefly, wanted to say that this was probably a pretty conclusive meeting of the Downtown Subcommittee. It's been now in session for a year. And in creating this subcommittee, the point of it was to try and get as many general managers and directors to focus on issues that are facing the downtown at one time. And honestly, we didn't have before in the previous iteration, which was frankly a task force that is long past its expiration date. We weren't getting reports, we weren't getting action taken on items because the task force structure doesn't really make for that to happen. So I just wanted to say this has been an extremely successful thing. And this specific agenda deals with maybe 12 or 13 issues that people have been raising for about a decade, some of which are finally getting resolved. So I just wanted to thank everyone, thank staff, and thank all the members of the committee, because primarily the committee is made up of citizens and business owners downtown. Councillor Maureen Wilson and I sit on it, but we're in the minority. It's BIA folks, people who are residents, business owners, and they're all contributing to try and make our downtown better. And I think we're finally getting somewhere legislatively. And so kudos to the city manager who helped organize this and all general managers who keep appearing and the directors in those departments and divisions that show up, because having their voice at the table and being able to answer questions on the fly is extremely important to us to be able to resolve issues that frankly might sometimes be small, sometimes be large, but regardless have an impact on people who live downtown. Thank you.
Thank you for the briefness. On to the vote. Vote is up. Councillor Pauls, we good? Okay. And that carries 15-0. 8.5, BIAC 26-005, Business Improvement Area Subcommittee Minutes dated June 16th, 2026. Mover and seconder, please. Councillor Alex Wilson, Councillor Crutch, discussion? On to the vote. The vote is up. That carries 15-0. 8.6, OBL, items to be removed, redevelopment of property in Ward 3 and stormwater funding review. Mover and seconder put this item on the floor. Councillor Alex Wilson, Councillor Cassar. Any discussion? Go to the vote. Vote is up. That carries 15-0. Moving on to motions. 9.1, vacant building enforcement and industrial properties in the city of Hamilton. Councillor Maureen Wilson, please introduce your motion and your seconder, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. It is, this was served as a notice, so it has been on your agenda for 2 cycles now. It is moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Craig Cassar. I'll just jump to the therefore be it resolved that staff in licensing and bylaw services be directed to undertake a review of current enforcement processes specific to vacant building enforcement at industrial properties, identify potential gaps, and report back with findings to ensure timely enforcement of bylaws and regulations at all vacant properties with the aim of achieving better outcomes and improving public safety. And B, that staff in licensing and bylaw services be directed to include this information in the report back to GIC in Q1 2027 with the update on the status of vacant building enforcement inclusive of vacant building data, revenue and charges, and updates on the changes that have been implemented through report PED 25082A. I obviously am extremely grateful and with heavy heart I'd like to recognize Katie and Peter, who delegated this morning. And I appreciate the collective expression of condolences that this body made to that family. You will recall that in January of this year, that we agreed to ask staff in licensing and bylaw to report back to this body with an update on the status of vacant building enforcement, with the objective of when we know better, we do better. And this is to that end. What was not included in that scope of work were vacant industrial properties. And that is what this motion is doing. It's to include that within that scope of work that is underway. So I am asking your support for the inclusion of these vacant buildings in that scope of already approved work. If I could then ask a few questions. Thank you. If I, through the chair to Director Smith, and I don't know if CBO Lally is online. Oh, they are? Yep. Oh, I beg your pardon. Thank you. Could you provide just a bird's eye view of how the corporation may deal differently, or what permissions or prerogatives we practice with respect to vacant industrial buildings as opposed to those that are not, through the chair?
We can start with the Director Smith, and then if Chief Building Official Ali has anything to add, we'll go to him. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Dan Smith, Director of Licensing and Bylaw Services, and through you to the Councillor. So the Vacant Building Registry Bylaw doesn't separate the types of property out. Any type of property that we deem to be vacant would fall within the requirements of the registry. Mm-hmm. I would say that we certainly see less industrial properties as part of that program, simply because they're not as prevalent in residential areas that may have a number of people seeing them as a concern. That doesn't mean all of them are. They're certainly not. They do present challenges. We do register them, though, if we're made aware of it, and we do our inspections quarterly. So we do register them. There are difficulties that we do know, is obviously the size of the building and having our staff being able to scope out the full property differently than we would for a single-story residential building or something like that. So part of the work that we would bring back is to understand if there's opportunities for us to better inspect these types of buildings, what may be required related to tools that we could utilize, and in order to ensure that we're doing this better, and find a opportunity to see if there's a mechanism in place to identify more of them and not simply rely on complaint from residents.
Thank you. Thank you. Two further questions. The delegate mentioned this morning some information that became known to them, I think through FOI they reported, with respect to the Hamilton Police Services position on the state of this particular building, which the address is 606 Aberdeen. Are you able to comment on your knowledge of what informs them to make that conclusion? And I do know it's referenced in this report of January. What formal or otherwise reporting relationship may exist between the City of Hamilton and HBS when it comes to vacant buildings generally and vacant industrial buildings specifically, through the chair?
Through the chair, we don't have a formal reporting mechanism with Hamilton Police Service right now related to incidents that may happen under their response. The incident you're speaking to, we were not aware of. Learned about it recently as well. So one of the things that we would be including in the report that we'll be bringing back, which will include this motion if approved, would be if there's opportunities to create a reporting mechanism and communicate with Hamilton Police if they're at a property that may be vacant and they have some concerns related to the safety of the property, related to the maintenance or the structure of it.
Thank you, through the chair, but because they are a separate body, we don't know whether that opinion was informed by an engineering report or anything. We just don't have that specifics, is what you're saying.
Through the chair, that's correct.
Okay, thank you. My last question, in your report of January, you referenced the capacity that we might have with drones for those buildings that we just can't see the structure from the view of the ground. Are you able to give an update, particularly given the sensitivities of this, that the status and the state of the roof, I don't believe is visible from the ground. Any update on that capacity through the chair?
Through the chair, so that's definitely one of the tools that we would like to utilize. I would say not even more frequently, just utilize it. We haven't utilized it as to yet. We do own one. We have had staff that have received licenses to operate it. However, shortly after they received their licenses, they vacated their positions. So we are in the process now of having more staff put through the training course to license them so that we can safely operate them. There are a number of municipalities that use them, so we would be also contacting them to understand the scope in which they have used them and where they've seen success.
Thank you. And my last question is just, do you have any insight you can give us on the expected delivery of that report, Q1 of 2027? Do you have a sense of whether we'll still be able to meet that window of report timeline through the chair?
Through the chair, I've spoken with the report authors, and we're confident we can meet that timeline with the inclusion of the information in the motion.
Thank you. So thank you for that assistance to my colleagues. So we've had another report today on clean energy, and in that report there was reference to our industrial history. So we do have a legacy of industrial buildings. Some of them, not all of them, of course, are now vacant. And I do think the two combined, certainly this tragedy and the legacy of our landscape, should inform the scope of work, and it should include vacant industrial buildings. And I hope for your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Councillor Clark. I believe you're on mute, Councillor.
How about now?
Perfect.
Okay, my apologies. I will support the motion. I do want to thank Councillor Maureen Wilson for bringing forward the motion. I do have a few questions of staff, if I may. At the present time, I think we do order owners of vacant buildings to secure the building. Is that correct?
Director Smith?
Through the chair, that's correct.
And how do we enforce those orders?
Once an order is issued or a staff member identifies that there is potential for access to the property or open to trespass, we would issue an order to the property in order to secure the building again. If they do not secure the building, we will go in with our procured contractors to do so, and the cost for the work would be applied to the property tax.
Thank you. Can the City of Hamilton order security on site for any vacant building that we're having issues with?
Through the chair, sorry, did you say do we or can we? Do you mind if I ask that clarification?
Can we?
Can we? At this time, no, that would not be part of the regulation within the bylaw.
So the scope of the bylaw would need to change for us to direct a property owner to have security on site when we find vacant buildings that have become a problem for us, correct?
Through the chair, that would be correct.
Thank you. Search warrants. It's an ongoing issue with demolition of residential buildings. We don't go inside the building because we don't have permission to go inside the building. So how do you handle that with large industrial properties? Do you secure permission to go into the building to make sure the building is secure?
Through the chair, so we would do an exterior evaluation to see if we can see any obvious openings in the building where somebody could gain access. Beyond that, if we were of the opinion that a further interior inspection would be required. We would likely ask for an engineer's report at that point to see what the results would be.
So I think what I'm hearing is the city of Hamilton, their staff never enter the building.
Director?
Through the chair, I would say that I wouldn't say never, but I would say rarely.
Well, I know it hasn't happened in my ward. I'm curious, do you know when the last time that the city of Hamilton had staff enter a vacant building?
Through the chair, there are times where we can enter a vacant building if we're doing joint inspections with those who have authority to enter, if they believe that there could be concerns inside the building that would be best utilized with our tools of enforcement. In those circumstances, we may enter a building, but on our own, during our own proactive investigations, we would be doing exterior inspections.
So, Chair, can I ask, based on the wording that is in this motion, will we get a response back in the motion as to how we work with the police so that we have them report to us entries of vacant buildings where something has occurred?
Through the chair, we can include that.
Thank you. And address the issue of how we secure the building and how we charge the property owner if they're unwilling to secure the building. We can do that. And address the issue of legal entry into the building. And I use the term legal because we can't go in without the property owner's consent or getting a JP to issue a search warrant. I'd like to see that in the report. And I know I've heard in the past it's expensive to get search warrants, et cetera, but had we entered buildings in the past, we might have seen just how badly the buildings were and at risk to the public. So I think we should be including it in the report. Even if it's a rare use tool, have it available to us. And those would be my suggestions, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Director?
Through the chair, yes, we'll include that information, and we're planning on having that as part of the report, so that will be brought forth.
Thank you, Director. Councillor Cooper?
Thank you, Chair. And I'm not sure if this should go to the Director of Bylaw Services or to the interim General Manager of Finance, but just the reference to charging someone showing up on their property tax. These folks don't have property taxes, so would we be now initiating these people onto our rolls, or how would that process work?
So, Councillor, you're talking about vacant properties that do not pay property tax.
Well, I'm talking about vacant properties that are owned by people who don't pay, or organizations who don't pay property taxes.
How do we recoup our
costs
costs when we're securing the building?
Exactly. There's a number of institutional organizations that don't pay property tax in Hamilton.
I don't know who's going to take that, but let's go around as, no, not up top. Director, go ahead.
Sorry, Chair. I'll start, and if Clayton wants to answer, jump in there, then feel free. So if once we were required to utilize our own services to resolve an issue at the property, and whether that's through a contractor or adding fees to the property, for the inspections that we're doing specifically with vacant buildings, we do that 4 times a year. If they're not registered, we add those inspection fees. We would share that information with our partners in finance, and they would apply it to the property's tax roll, how it is formally recouped if they're not paying property taxes, and I would pass that off.
Director Pereira, any idea how we can recoup costs when someone's doesn't have a tax roll, basically?
To the chair. So if a property does not pay property taxes, then the only mechanism the city would have would be to just the invoicing that we would do in a regular format and then go through any other collection process subsequently. This is again in the absence of there being property taxes, where collectability is not a concern once it goes onto the property taxes.
Councillor?
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, Councillor Crutch, go ahead.
Thought it worthwhile to add to the conversation that there was a motion put forward to the planning committee by myself, seconded by Councillor Nan, not that long ago, which is directing staff to also report back on some of these legal technicalities that Councillor Clark is raising. So we're going to be reporting back on what mechanisms we have, how we can enforce those mechanisms, what resources are required, and that carries on from the motion that came from Mayor Horvath and Councillor Nan the year before. So this has been a bit of an arduous and ongoing process as the city's heritage rep. I can tell you we have a conversation about vacant buildings there quite a bit, right? Especially vacant heritage buildings. And we have pretty widely had a discussion that the city has had a culture of compliance in the past with respect to these things, and we haven't necessarily taken all the powers available to us to address these issues before. But in the last year and a half, we've started to change that, shift that, and you can see from what happened with the knitting mills, for instance, we're not waiting around for the building to fall down and collapse into a park. We're making sure that we address it when it's deemed unsafe immediately by demolishing it. So that's, I think, an example you can see of us now being able to take those kinds of actions, and that's as a result of us looking more closely at some of the legal things we're able to do, but also just knowing, and I can see staff nodding up at the top there, we do have the right to go into a building if it's deemed unsafe. Like if there's an unsafe situation in a building, we can just go into the building and we can say with the powers we have to do so. The issue in the past, I think, and not now perhaps, is that we were reluctant to do so. And I'm not going to speak too much about it, but we were reluctant to do so for a number of reasons. Some of those reasons were that individuals who own the building, we didn't want to discourage them from, investing in the area or purchasing property or whatever it might be, or all kinds of other things that are going on there. And so we work with them to gain compliance. In doing that, you open up a risk by saying, well, we're going to prefer the individual who owns this property, even though they're not maintaining it, even though it's falling apart, even though it's a danger, we're going to work with them to gain compliance as long as it takes, instead of saying, wait a minute, this is a danger to the community, and those are the individuals you should be protecting. Those are the people whose safety matters the most. And that's been the shift that I think I'm observing from the outside is happening now. So I think there's good news on that front, and many of us have been working on that subject for a while, and we were supposed to get a report back, I believe, early next year, end of this year, some time frame like that, with a bunch of the answers as to what this is going to take. And I want to caution everyone, it will require resources to do this work. We can't just do this work by hoping and feeling and saying we're going to go in there. We need people who will actually be able to go in there. We may have to have some different kinds of mechanisms. We may have to test some of this stuff in the courts. We may have to hire a couple of people. That's going to cost us a bit of money. But if we care about preserving our built heritage and we care about dealing with these industrial buildings that are falling down and creating safety issues, including from the delegates we've heard today, which are serious concerns, we're going to have to spend a bit of money to do that. I don't think it's going to be a fortune, but I want to let people know in advance some resources will be required.
Thank you, Councillor. I don't have anyone else on the speakers list. I'll just offer a comment for myself. I think one of my biggest concerns is timeline. When we look at some of these things, I think some of our processes drag things out. If you have a non-heritage building that's vacant in an industrial area, and we've told that person it's unsafe, it needs to come down. Not in a year, not in 2 years. Take it down. And if they don't want to take it down and then charge them for it. But having these, they look bad, they're unsafe, and after what we heard this morning, I don't know why we would not be speeding that process up. But anyways, supportive, and we'll go to the vote. Sorry. Go ahead, Councillor Wilson.
Thank you. No, not at all. Thank you, Chair. Through you to CBO Lally, do you have a report that you could offer us publicly on your work on this building or anything received with respect to this building?
Specifically to 606?
Yes, please.
Chief Building Official Lally, 606 Aberdeen.
Through the chair to the Councillor, Rob Lally, Director of Building. I can currently inform committee that we currently have an application for demolition for 606 Aberdeen. The information is currently under review. We are working with the applicant right now, and I don't have any reports that I can offer publicly.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, back to the vote. The vote is up. Thumbs up from Councillor McMeekin. That carries 15-0. Thank you. Moving on to 9.2, Hamilton Football Facility Access Program. Councillor Francis, please introduce your motion and your seconder.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. It's moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Tom Jackson. Hamilton Football Facility Access Program. Whereas football has been a part of Hamilton's identity for more than 150 years and remains an important component of the city's sporting culture. Whereas Hamilton has a strong tradition of youth, amateur, high school, junior, and professional football participation. Whereas Hamilton-based football organizations contribute to athlete development and provide recreational and competitive opportunities for residents of all ages. Whereas Hamilton currently does not operate a municipal artificial turf field facility dedicated to community football programming, whereas the city field closure policies during periods of inclement weather can significantly impact football programming on natural grass fields, resulting in canceled games, disrupted schedules, and challenges for leagues hosting visiting teams from outside Hamilton, whereas access to reliable football facilities is important to ensuring Hamilton-based football teams can train, compete, and host events within the city of Hamilton. Therefore, be it resolved A, that staff be directed to undertake a review of the football facility needs and potential locations for Hamilton-based minor, amateur, and junior football programs in consultation with football stakeholders and report back to the General Issues Committee with recommendations, including any amendments to the Parks and Recreation Master Plan. And B, that staff be directed to establish a Hamilton Football Facility Access Program and allocate appropriate available hours at Hamilton Stadium to support Hamilton-based minor, amateur, and junior football programming at no cost to participating organizations, where such use does not displace existing users or contractual obligations, and where existing municipal or school-based facilities are unavailable or unsuitable for intended use until a reasonable long-term facility solution has been implemented. If we just speak to this for a moment, Chair.
Go ahead.
It's a two-part motion. The first asks staff to work with Hamilton's football community to better understand its facility needs, location options, and incorporate those findings into the Parks and Recreation Master Plans. And the second part of this motion, it creates an interim solution allowing Hamilton-based amateur football organizations to access turf fields at Hamilton, the turf field specifically at Hamilton Stadium where appropriate without displacing anyone. Until a reasonable long-term solution is in place. And one point not raised during President Mike Samuel's delegation, which I think is important just to touch upon here, is the impact of field closures on visiting teams. So organizations will travel from all over, Ottawa, Windsor, London, to name a few, and that's at a significant expense. When these natural grass fields, they're rained on, games get canceled. That's the city's policy. You can't play on wet natural fields. It destroys them fast. Games on artificial turf do not get canceled. So this gives the certainty to our city to host these events. And Hamilton's a football city and more broadly a sports city. So this motion asks us to plan for the future while providing a practical interim solution today. And I just want to say thank you to my colleagues, football-minded or not, weighing in thoughtfully with some excellent suggestions and the support. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Jackson, you're up.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor Spadafora, and I want to thank former championship quarterback and current Ward 5 Councillor Matthew Daniel Francis for this motion. I'm proud to second it. Quite frankly, I remember over the years when it was formerly Ivor Wynne Stadium and then Tim Hortons Field, that it seemed to me I attended many a Hamilton Hurricanes game at that stadium without any difficulty. And so something's amiss there in terms of whatever is happening with either the access or inaccessibility for the Hurricanes to more readily use the Hamilton Stadium, as it's now called. Is Director Steve Savor, Deputy Mayor Spadafora, is he possibly in attendance? I could ask a question or two, please.
I can confirm he is in attendance.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Spadafora. Through you to Director Savor. Director, you heard my question to the delegate Michael Samuel from the Hurricanes about not really feeling a part of or having any consultation or participation with the overall indoor-outdoor recreation park master plan study and review that's underway, led by yourself and to some degree with Director Cynthia Graham. I know I have sent and forwarded to you, and you've been gracious enough to meet with representatives of Hamilton Minor Football, Hamilton Football Association, Paul Michelli and others. Can you just provide hopefully some reassurances
to Michael Samuel and others from the Hurricanes that they are part and parcel of your review and trying to accommodate them wherever possible and moving into the future. Through you, Deputy Mayor Spadafora, please.
Director Savor.
Thank you. Through the Deputy Mayor, Steve Savor, Director of Recreation. Our opportunities to, accommodate football programming is something that has been top of mind within our group, not only from a programming perspective, but from a planning perspective. The Recreation Master Plan, as you know, Councillor, has identified the need to have further discussions with our football community and specifically football programming. There is an opportunity to satisfy the football programming through multi-use turf fields in our plan, which has been identified in several occasions. But I do want to highlight that the Recreation Master Plan was developed as a result of extensive research within our own assets, the assets available within the city, and also incorporating input from the community as well. So that's through online surveys, in-person consultation. The football community did in fact participate in consultation, but we are, as staff, we're always open to have further continued discussions and consultations to able to understand the current and pressing needs of the football community.
Director Savor, thanks, Deputy Mayor. To wrap up, Director Savor, as always, you've raised my comfort level, provided the reassurances I need. And if by any chance Michael Samuel's name specifically has not been on your blotter, I would simply ask you to take that under advisement to ensure that he's being felt appreciated for everything he's doing to keeping Hurricanes football playing right in the host city of Hamilton. Thanks, Deputy Mayor Spadafora.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Beattie.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. During the delegation earlier this morning, the delegate made note of what he believed was city rules, bylaws, something that was structurally inhibiting the ability of them to use some of the many school board-owned facilities, either through the HWDSB or HWCDSB. I'm wondering if I could ask for you, Chair, to the Director of Bylaw Services, what is that in reference to? What are the rules in terms of noise or restrictions around these facilities? And how would it end up being perhaps different that they would have to go to Burlington as a result of whatever it is that this legislation is causing? Through you, Chair.
Start with Director Smith.
Through the chair to the councillor. So the noise bylaw doesn't have any restrictions related to those types of sporting events. I think you referenced it earlier when the delegate was speaking that it might be an internal board policy, and I think that's probably likely accurate. What our noise bylaw would, where it would still be in place is if there is a field that is close to neighboring residents and we received a noise complaint no different than we would for a restaurant, we would go and assess the level of noise that may be present at that time and deal with it individually. But there is nothing in our bylaw that prohibits that activity.
Councillor Beattie.
Okay. Seeing that the delegate's not with us anymore, I don't know if there's a way to follow up on that with him directly. Maybe I'll look over to my council colleague from Ward 5, unrelated specifically to the motion, but I think there's an important follow-up there that there may be a breakdown in communication that is accidentally leading to a lack of available space being utilized with existing facilities. I'm just trying to explore every option for the delegate here and for the team. So perhaps there's an ability to follow up on that offline, but fully and completely supportive of the motion. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Crutch, you're up. Need a microphone, I think. There you go.
I'll start by saying, with hopes that there's no process here by adding names to a blotter that is getting people's attention. But I do have a question for Steve about the understanding you have of this motion. So like I was saying earlier, I think one of the areas that's emerging for people, especially in the Niagara and Hamilton regions, especially because of the lack of space, is a want for amateur, minor, flag football, whatever you might call that. And so I know this is talking about the football community, and being a non-football purist myself, I don't know if that also includes flag football. And I'm just wanting to make sure that when you report back, there's a way to connect with the folks at Hamilton Stadium who are continually work with parents groups, other kinds of groups where they're trying to encourage flag football, because I know there's barriers there for them. And is this something in an area where you're seeing a lot of youth wanting to participate? I think there was a random camp that came up one day that just got announced suddenly in it was just full of people who drove their kids there on a 24-hour notice. Like there's obviously a desire and a want for kids to be playing flag football and exploring that. So can you confirm that that will definitely be part of the analysis? There's a chance to reach out to those groups and to talk about filling that gap as well, or do you need the motion to be amended to include flag football?
Director?
Through the Deputy Mayor to the Councillor, yes, from a staff perspective, we will include those discussions with the broader flag community. You do bring up a good point in terms of the development of different sports that use the same assets. Flag football is actually a demonstration sport within the next Olympics as well. So the increase of that is definitely a part of our scope, and we'll form part of that to report back as well.
I'm encouraged to hear that, because one of the things about flag football that makes it interesting or more dynamic is it is more accessible for some people to play that sport. So it broadens the audience for people to play sports, which is a good thing. Thank you.
Director, just to confirm, do you need an amendment to the motion to include that language, or are you comfortable?
Through the Deputy Mayor, no, I think that's fine.
Thank you. Councillor Maureen Wilson.
Thank you, Chair. I love the advocacy for any physical fitness across our city, amateur or otherwise. I think it's good for our health, our community well-being, and our gathering. I do have a question, however, just so I'm clear on process. So something I do know a little bit about is volleyball. And I do know that volleyball is one of the highest female participation, has the highest female participation rate in all of Canada, and it's growing off the chart. So are we to come to you individually with a motion to ensure that it is within the scope of the master plan and its future consideration, or how are we doing this through the chair?
Guess I'll allow that.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Through the chair to the councillor. To answer your question, no, there is no need to have additional parameters on our current work that we are doing within the Recreation Master Plan. The plan is definitely a snapshot in time, but from our perspective, it's an ongoing piece of work that we need to continue with our sport and recreation users to understand the changing needs, to understand the changing demographics of participation. You speak to volleyball, which is growing, girls volleyball. If we look at football itself, there's an increase of girls football as well from a tackle perspective too. So our staff is definitely looking at the broader spectrum of a sport activity. And so when we do come back on hopefully a yearly basis to understand what our needs are and to report back on the Recreation Master Plan, it's in light of that review, it's in light of that knowledge that we have and are searching for, whether it's jurisdictional knowledge, whether it's information on the specific sports, we will bring that back on a yearly basis.
Thank you. Cricket is growing. Football or soccer / is growing. Having a conversation the other night after the heartbreaking loss of the Blue Jays last season, the sign up for amateur kids baseball has peaked. Ever since Kyle Lowry came to Toronto, basketball has peaked. It's a very accessible sport, particularly in urban areas. It's not a lot of expense to do. So we're speaking about this, sorry to sound like a Grinch, but buttressed up against what we are facing is a clear deficit of play space and a clear deficit of culture and recreation budget. I think we have a place mark of $9 million a year. And that is just, doesn't help us even keep the lights on many of our existing facilities. So these are some of the tough discussions. And we have growth areas in our city that are completely void of any recreational facilities. That's not fair. We have older urban areas that don't have outdoor pools, that don't have green spaces. These are investments that raise healthy minds, healthy bodies. And we're going to have some tough conversations about that. Thank you.
Thanks for bringing the budget into this one. I really appreciate
Always.
it, Councillor Wilson. Moving on, Councillor Cooper.
Thank you, Chair. And just while we're talking about the master plan, I know in my ward, I get a lot of requests for cricket fields. We got 2 in Hamilton. I was told in my ward we can't accommodate it. So I'm looking for the master plan to bring to life cricket fields across the city, because it is a sport that's growing demand in Hamilton, and we just haven't, our city currently doesn't accommodate the demand in terms of what people would like to see. So I was surprised we couldn't accommodate in my ward, but I'm open to the idea that we will be getting some more cricket fields in Hamilton, so I'll look for the master plan and bring that back as well. So thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Mayor Horvath.
Thanks very much. I find this a very interesting conversation. I would agree that there's a lot of demand for not only the need to accommodate the hurricanes, for example, but I'm glad the question was asked about the master plan particularly, because it wasn't so long ago that I had asked staff to, through a motion, to kind of have a look at whether there's an opportunity to expand swimming access, particularly in a more regional view with partnerships, etc. And unfortunately, the I guess sentiment at the time was that it's not in the master plan, and so it's not something we can do. So I'm just wanting to seek some clarification. In fact, that as councillors, as I have as the mayor as well, brought various pieces forward around cricket, for example. Of course, hurricanes is another one, but there have been others. That in fact a master plan per se is a living document, and it's not necessarily because something's not in it that something can't be accommodated if times change or if the need arises or if an opportunity arises. Can I just get some clarification on that, please?
Director.
Through the Deputy Mayor to the Mayor, yes, that is correct. It is a living document in terms of understanding our current needs at that snapshot time when we presented to Council in 2022, and we continue to look for opportunities to understand the needs of the community at any moment.
Thanks very much. Appreciate that.
Thank you, Mayor. Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Chair. I don't see anything in here in terms of referring it to a budget. So item B, directed to establish the football facility access program and allocate appropriate hours or available hours. All of these things are going to cost money, and it's not in the current budget. So how do we amend this to make sure that it's in discussion in the 2027 budget?
Thank you, Councillor. I'm going to go to the mover. Is there a financial piece to your motion? There is none. Just a report back on, you want me to turn your mic on for you so you can talk? That might help. Go ahead.
I've got nothing to add.
You have nothing to add?
Nope. It's pretty clear. He could have, the speaker asking the question could have asked me that before we got to this point.
Okay. Staff, when you look at the motion, Director or GM Mater, do you see any financial implications in the motion?
Through the chair, that would be part of the report back. If there is any implications, it would also, some of that through the councillor's motion is about possible reorganization and reach out to opportunities in that. So we'll follow up on all those fronts.
Councillor Clark?
That's all I needed to hear. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll move to the vote. That carries 15-0. On to notices of motion. 10.1, development of a regional significant community hub at 700 Gardner Road East. Councillor Cassar, this is staying as a notice. You have to introduce it. Perfect. On to 10.1A, correspondence from Sonia Macaluso, President, ACF Hamilton. Mover and second to receive the correspondence. Councillor Kassar, Councillor Crutch. Show of hands. On to 10.2, options to provide financial assistance to eligible low-income senior tenants. Councillor Crutch, notice, motion staying? Perfect. Okay. We are on to private and confidential. Motion to go into closed for item 11.2 to 11.5. Councillor Crutch, Councillor Kassar. Committee is going to move to closed session pursuant to section 9.3, subsection C, E, F, G, and K of the City Procedural Bylaw 21-021 as amended, and section 2392, subsection C, E, F, G, and K of the Ontario Municipal Act 2001 as amended, as the subject matter pertains to a proposed or pending acquisition or deposition of the land by the municipality or local board, litigation, potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the city or a local board. Advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose. A matter in respect of which a council, board, committee, or other body may hold a closed session meeting under another act other than the Municipal Act 2001, and a position, plan, procedure, criteria, or instruction to be applied to any negotiations carried on or to be carried on by or behalf of the city or local board. Electronic vote, please. Vote is up. Councillor Jackson, Councillor Tattison, can we have your votes, please? Thumbs up from Councillor Tattison. Councillor Jackson? Thank you. Members of the public are advised, that carries 14-0. Members of the public are advised that during closed session portion of the meeting, the live stream will broadcast a closed session in progress screen. The broadcast will resume when the closed session portion of the meeting is complete. As we are now moving into closed session, I would ask all members of the public, delegates, and external participants to please now exit the WebEx meeting. Any staff that are not directly related to the in-camera items are also now asked to please exit the WebEx meeting and the chambers. Reminder to members of council that are per section 8.7 of the procedural bylaw, the use of personal electronic devices during closed meetings is strictly prohibited. However, the use of city electronic devices during closed meetings are limited to text communication only. With the city's electronic devices not being used as a telephone, recording device, or camera, staff from the Office of the City Clerk are exempted from subsection 8.7C when using electronic devices for record-keeping purposes. Can we Okay, we are back in open session. We are on item 11.2, PED 26104, lease of property in the city of Hamilton in Ward 5. Need a mover and seconder on the following. I'll get my mover and seconder first. Councillor Francis, Councillor Beatty. That works, okay. That the direction provided to staff enclosed respecting report PED 26105 be approved. That closed session recommendations 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 of report PED 26105 respecting the lease of property in the city of Hamilton be released publicly following completion of the real estate transaction. That report PED 26105 respecting lease of property in the city of Hamilton and its appendices A and B remain confidential. This will be an electronic vote. The vote is up. Thumbs up from Councillor McMeekin. Councillor Jackson is gone. Councillor Clark's a thumbs up. That carries 14 to 0. 11.3 LS 23027 general litigation update. May I please have a mover and seconder on the following? Councillor Alex Wilson, you get to move this. Councillor Crutch, seconder. Report LS 23027. Whoa. Oh, sorry, Mayor. Or is this where you?
Thanks. I just wanted, we were in camera when I declared an interest, and so I just want to do that publicly because I'll be abstaining from the vote.
So Mayor Horvath and Councillor Wang will both be abstaining from this vote as they both have a disqualifying interest or possible one with the mayor. Thank you. Report LS 2327 being the general litigation update to be received and that the report being the general litigation update remain confidential. Let's go to the vote. Thumbs up from Councillor McMeekin and Clark. Thumbs up. And that carries 12 in favor and 2 abstentions. Okay, 11.5 PED 26130, disposition of land in the city of Hamilton in Ward 9, moved by Councillor Clark, seconded by Councillor Taddison. That the direction provided to staff in closed session be approved, that the property as identified in Appendix A to the confidential report PED 26130 be declared surplus to the requirements of the City of Hamilton in accordance with the procedural bylaw for the sale of land, being bylaw number 14-204, that the complete confidential report and the appendices remain confidential until final completion of the property transaction. And we'll go to the vote. Can I? Well, it's okay. Councillor Clark's a thumbs up. Councillor McMeekin's a thumbs up, and so am I. That carries 14 to 0. Thank you. We are now going back to 8.2. Where are we here? Page 7, HSC 26041, jurisdictional scan on emergency shelter access and intermunicipal coordination. Mover and seconder put the item on the floor. Councillor Alex Wilson, Councillor Crutch, any discussion? Councillor Francis.
Thank you, Chair. I just have a number of questions I'd like to ask. First, I just want to know if staff can confirm what information that HIFIS currently captures regarding an individual's previous community or community connection, through you, Chair.
Director Baird.
Through the chair, councillors, so HIFIS can capture a previous place of residence, but it's not consistently captured at this point in time, but that could be captured there.
Okay, thank
Counselor?
you. Thanks. And can staff confirm that based on the 2024 point in time count, which is listed in your report here, is it 24% of respondents here that had been in Hamilton for less than 1 year? Can I get that confirmation?
Director?
Through the chair, yes, that's correct.
Okay, and of those people who are in Hamilton in shelters, who have been in Hamilton for less than a year, why is it that they came to Hamilton? Through you, Chair.
Director, if that's something you can answer?
Through the chair, yes. So people come to Hamilton, and we've talked about before that Hamilton does tend to be a bit of a hub for folks. So they might come for education, they come for healthcare, basically the services that we have. We do know for that group, Counselor, where they've been in Hamilton less than a year, approximately 30% of those folks are coming for supports or access to our shelters.
Counselor Francis?
Okay. So just want to clarify. So you're essentially a third of the people that come to Hamilton accessing support or that have been here for less than a year. They come here exclusively to access shelters and homelessness supports. Is that an accurate summary, Chair?
Director?
Through the chair, you're correct with respect to the numbers. I would just say that it's important to remember in some of those cases they're coming here to access shelter. That's correct. And perhaps that could be because their municipality doesn't necessarily have shelter. They come from a rural area. And we have individuals that come here for shelters because for lots of reasons they're fleeing their own community.
Counselor Francis?
I appreciate that clarity and additional context through your chair. But obviously, we've seen homelessness increase dramatically over the past several years. Can staff confirm whether Hamilton's provincial homelessness prevention funding today is that materially different than what the city was receiving during the COVID period?
Through the chair, no. So we haven't had an increase in the homelessness prevention program funding. The amount that we get right now from the province is the same. It's that $28 million. It's the same as it has been since 2023.
Counselor?
Okay, so I do want to introduce a motion, Chair. I'm not moving it. I will be working on it over the next week. Is this the appropriate time just to introduce it? And I'm not speaking to it, just want to get it on record that, do you want the speakers list to be exhausted first?
You have a minute and 45
I'll just go
seconds
for it
to
then.
push it through.
And I'll work on this over the next week with staff and move this at council, but it'll be a two-part motion, and it goes like this. A, that staff be directed to develop and report back on operational practices that strengthen community connection and voluntary diversion while ensuring shelter access is not denied, with any legal, operational, or financial considerations included in that report. And B, that the province of Ontario be requested to review its homelessness prevention funding model to ensure provincial funding reflects current service demands and the significant increase in homelessness experienced in the city of Hamilton, and that a copy of this resolution be forwarded to the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, Rob Flack, and all Hamilton area MPPs.
Thank you, Counselor. If you can, while you're working on that with staff, as soon as it's finalized, your colleagues would probably appreciate seeing that prior to council.
Perfect,
So,
will do.
Send
Thanks,
that out when
Chair.
you can. Thank you. Counselor Clark, you're next.
Thank you, Chair. In reference to, and I'm not speaking to Councillor Francis's motion, although I'm likely going to support it, depending on the final wording. In reference to the statement that 24% of the homeless individuals have only lived in Hamilton or come to Hamilton within a year, how do we gather that information? And are we the only one that gets that information?
Director Baird?
Through the chair to the councillor. So that's collected through the point in time count. And so we get it for our municipality, but that is a national survey that occurs.
So it's a national survey, clearly not coordinated by the city of Hamilton, but we participate in that survey. I'm curious how we deal with the province with regards to their support for homelessness. And at the moment, it's $28 million, which sounds like a lot of money, but it's not when you consider that the city's spending $191 million. So there's a clear variance and differentiation there. Is there a way for us to educate the province that Hamilton is not just serving residents in Hamilton who are homeless, but there are people coming to Hamilton because we are a social services hub somehow. It's a catchment area thing, and it's happened for a long time. And I'm sure the mayor would recall this. At one point, the province had this kind of equalization process for social services so that all the regions paid in. And then Hamilton, of course, received a largesse because we were dealing with it, and Toronto received a largesse because they had more homeless. Is there a way for us to educate the province, or have they just decided that's all they're spending and that's it?
Gia Mater?
Through the chair, I think just going back to Councillor Francis's motion that he was looking to table, I think that is something that we can clearly do in some kind of communication through to the province under that and specify that disparity that we're now experiencing.
Councillor?
Thank you. I look forward to the discussion on the motion and staff looking at that motion and seeing exactly how we could tweak it so that we can make that request to the province, but not just a request that we're asking for help, showing the clear evidence that we are paying more social service costs because people are coming to Hamilton. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Mayor Horvath.
Thanks very much. Just a couple of things of a reminder. This is something we've been lobbying the province on at AMO pretty much every time we go there. We will be heading to AMO again in August. And again, I believe we will be doing the same thing. Respectfully, I think the province knows very well what's happening here. They just don't have an interest in providing the funding. That's why big city mayors continue to have their Stop the Crisis campaign and Stop the Crisis Part 2 campaign. So I think adding in that information about that Councillor Clark was talking about in terms of the situation of of folks being served in communities that have services. I think that's an important piece of the puzzle. And it is true that we're getting $28 million. I think it was, I don't know if it was last year or the year before, the Minister of Finance told us that they had increased homelessness funding by 40%. That was not the case for Hamilton, obviously. They might have added a little bit of funding to some rural communities because, of course, there's now a crisis across the entire province, no matter what size a community is. But I do believe that this is something we need to prioritize again at AMO. And just for information, I have been talking to some of the local government MPPs about this very issue. So it's not like they're not they're unaware either. So just wanted to let folks know that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Any other speakers? Okay, I just have a quick question and a comment. My first question, Director Baird, just wanted to ask the information that is part of that national database of the point in time study. That information, they receive that through the service providers? How do they collect that info?
Through the chair, to clarify on that point too, so it's a national survey. However, we coordinate our local survey in partnership with CHIL, the local Indigenous leadership group. So we have our own data and we coordinate what that survey looks like in Hamilton. But it's part of the national survey that occurs within the Reaching Home communities. And so we report the data that we collect locally.
So would you say every social service provider is collecting data when individuals go to their place? Are they collecting any data? What data are they collecting? How much are they collecting? Are they collecting none? Is it sometimes, oh, we're busy right now? Just trying to understand. Maybe we're missing some data because, there's a bunch of people at the door in an emergency situation. We don't collect that data.
Through the chair, for our city-funded shelters and the homeless serving sector overall, they do use HIFIS, and so that's consistent, and that's a requirement within those city-funded services. We do establish what the level of data collection looks like. I would say it's not always consistent for lots of reasons. The majority of individuals that come into our shelters, that interact with outreach, what have you, are within the HIFIS system and data is collected. There is a small proportion of people who choose not to have their information collected in HIFIS, but all of our service providers do use it.
Thank you. Just a closing comment for me. I think the numbers earlier were $192 million total this year. Out of that $192 million, the city spent approximately $130 million. I think it is extremely important. We can, again, getting back to controlling what we can't control. Yes, the province definitely needs to come back and provide us with much more funding than the $28 million that they've been giving for the last number of years, since this is their responsibility and not ours. But we also need to ensure that our service providers, although they do a real good job and we thank them for that, we just need to ensure things are being done the right way. We're collecting the information we need to collect and understanding we can no longer spend $130 million a year to operate these places, because eventually the city of Hamilton will have no money left. So I don't know where we're going or how we're going to get there, and we all have compassion for everyone. But at some point, the $130 million a year is going to just, all that's going to do is bankrupt everyone in this city while we take on the responsibility of social services for all the neighboring jurisdictions. I've mentioned this a bunch of times. We just don't have the capacity. So I think we had a mover and a seconder. We'll go to the electronic vote, please. Thumbs up from Councillor McMeekin and Councillor Maureen Wilson. The mayor's a thumbs up. Councillor Clark, thank you. And that carries 14-0, and that's it. It's 4:20. We are adjourned. Thanks, everyone. Enjoy the rest of your evening.